And yeah, we are live. Woo! Hi, everyone. We're so glad that you're tuning in. Welcome to day one of the Impact Summit 2020. Joe, I don't actually know if you know this, but you are our first speaker of the entire event. So no pressure, of course, but you have to carry the weight of setting the expectations. So we're really excited to have Joe with us here. He's going to be speaking about, well, I'm actually not going to give him too much of an introduction because I want him to introduce himself and talk about the amazing work that he's done. But we're just really so happy to have him here. One thing that we ordinarily do in Impact Labs tradition is that we always give our speakers a round of applause as if they've given the most amazing speech of their life, like prior to them even talking. But because we can't do that, I'm just going to have to simulate the immensity of an entire audience when I give you a round of applause. So please welcome Joe Toscano. Woo! And Joe, take it away.
There we go. I got it. Cool. Thank you. Well, thanks for having me too. I'm excited to speak to everyone and have this opportunity. It's always cool to speak to people who are interested in learning more about responsible tech and making a better internet. So I am going to pop up my screens. Let me know, I guess, can everyone see that? I guess give me a thumbs up or how do I?
We can see you.
Is it running? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, we're good. So I'm going to start here. My name is Joe Toscano. I am a former experience design consultant for Google out in Mountain View, California. I left a few years ago, a little over 3 years ago, just to be exact, because I had ethical concerns with the way that the internet was treating society. I was working there through the 2016 election, and that was one of the biggest turning points in my life in terms of deciding what I wanted to do for work. And it wasn't just Google. I don't want to preface it and say, Google is evil. It is the industry at large that I had problems with, the business model behind all of it. And so I decided to leave, which is something not a lot of people have the opportunity to do. I was lucky, at the time I was 27 years old. I had the ability, I'm healthy, so I had the ability to leave. I didn't need health care at the time. I had some flexibility and I had been saving up to go do something. And so I took a risk. Since then, I have been traveling the world, and this is part of what I'm going to speak to you today about, my experience, how I got there, but been traveling the world talking about these issues, helping inform people. I have since written a book called Automating Humanity and started my own company called Beacon, which stands for the Better Ethics and Consumer Outcomes Network. We'll discuss all of this going forward. This has also landed me roles at the World Economic Forum, where I'm on the steering committee for data protection. Lots and lots of speaking engagements all around the world. And coming up next month, actually, I will be in a docudrama coming out on Netflix called The Social Dilemma, with people like Tristan Harris, Roger McNamee, Kathy O'Neill, Shoshana Zuboff, a bunch of what I would say is probably the world leaders in the space of responsible technology. So very blessed to be in the position I'm in. It has been a lot of hard work. It's not something that just happened overnight, I will say that. But what I spoke to Aaron about is that he wanted me to come and talk to you all about my experiences, and often people want to know, how did I get here? And so I'm actually going to give you all a talk that I haven't really given to anybody, because normally when I speak, it's to very technical purposes. But today I'm going to give you my story. I'm going to tell you how I got to the position that I was in, and then why I made the decisions I did, and kind of how you can help the world make a better internet, how you can use my experiences and not make maybe the same mistakes, or speed up your progress faster because you can learn from my learnings, things like that. And so I learned that I have 55 minutes here. I don't plan to speak the whole time. I would much rather answer questions and talk to you all. But yeah, I probably expect that this is going to last maybe 20 minutes of me speaking about this stuff, and then we will get into conversations afterwards. So let's kick it off. People always want to know, like, what's my education and what's my background in? When I graduated from the University of Nebraska. I'm from Nebraska originally, which, first of all, everyone's like, how the hell did you get out of Nebraska? Like, how did you get to Mountain View from Nebraska? I was always a weird kid. I was kind of like an alien to people in Nebraska. I was into technology. I was into deep like metaphysical psychology and things like that in college. I actually reached a point with my psychology professors where they literally told me, we don't have books for that. You might want to like go try to talk to other people that are working on it in real time, things like that. So I was getting into some experimental technology and experimental different teachings. And what that led me to is a couple different degrees and also licenses in sports medicine and things like that. Where so I have a very generalist background. It took me 6 years to get, but I graduated and this is my family. I want to show you. So when I graduated, I told my family because my family, I was the first one to graduate college. So they didn't know what the hell I was doing, and I wanted to do all this future tech stuff, and they just were totally like, it was like alien to them. They didn't know what to think. They knew doctors, they knew lawyers, they knew all these standard things, but I wanted to do technology. So this was me when I graduated, and I said to them, you know, I understand you guys don't know what I want to do, but I'm going to move out to Colorado. I'm going to go try to find some opportunities in this work, and I'm going to try to make this happen. And they weren't very supportive of it. I did have to support myself through many things. Ended up what I did is I said, you know, and I told them this, I said, I'm going to grow my hair out, and I'm either going to get, and it was like a testament to myself. It was like a testament of faith. I was like, I'm going to either get so good at what I do that people are going to hire me regardless of how wild, crazy my hair is, or I'm going to go viral just for having the weirdest hair on the planet. And so I started growing my hair out and burying myself in work. And you can see it start to progress here. I was a trainer to pay my way through school. This is one of my favorite clients, Sarah. I helped her get through anorexia. There was a lot of really great things happening in my life personally at that point, but it was also very challenging because I was living in Colorado, where it was twice the living cost of living as Nebraska, and I had just graduated from college. I had no money, I had no family, no support. My family, I actually cut off at that point because they were, every time I called home, they would say, you know, come home, do it the right way, pick a safe route, like do something safer. And so I actually hit a point throughout this process where while I was growing and progressing and getting these opportunities, it was also very terrifying to me. I decided to go to a graduate program. I picked up a certificate in creative technology, but to do that, you know, I had to pay my bills because it wasn't a tuition funded thing. I didn't have I couldn't go get loans for it. So I was working crazy hours and it wasn't meshing well with school. This was actually like a program where they said, you know, you shouldn't be working during it. It was like a medical residency for creative tech. And I reached a point where I had to stop working. And because of that, I actually reached a point where I was 2 weeks from either being homeless or not having food. Luckily at that point, I got into a really great company called Quick Left. They allowed me to do some of the work that I wanted to do. I was 25 years old at the time, doing what amounted to senior level consulting, which is a big responsibility. You know, I was running sales meetings as one of 2 designers on a team of 50 with 35 engineers. It was really good for me to learn about technology and the engineering practices because I also did code. I was one of those designers that did both. And so it was a good blend for me. But ultimately, I outgrew the position very quickly because of my skill set and my ambitions and the fact that, to be honest, at this point, in order to, like I said, pay my bills and get by and pay off all this loan from school, I literally was living in a laundry room. So you see the building here, and it's a nice building. It's on the 9th and Pearl Street in Boulder, Colorado, which is premier property. But when I went home at night, you know, I went and lived in a laundry room, and I walked to work every day, and I was just getting by. I literally told myself I'm going to bury myself in work, and get out of this. And because I was working so hard, you can also, by the way, in that picture, you can see my hair is growing out. I finally caught a break. I got an opportunity to go consult for Google out in Mountain View. I had been getting recognition online through my writing. I was writing for InVision at the time, which was a very young company, you know, several 100,000 followers versus now they have several million kind of thing. And I got recruited. I got hired. I was very excited for the opportunity. It was a big role because I was stepping down with the intentions that I was going to move up fast. I kind of negotiated that. So I spent my team managing the experience design team for a firm called RGA. And Google was my main client. So I was an embedded consultant. This was a new model at the time, embedded consulting. So I spent 4 days a week on Google's campus. I was, I took the Google bus. I had Google benefits. I was, lack of better words, I was a Google employee. But I didn't have the constraints of a single narrow focus in Google. I actually had the ability to work on multiple Google projects. So the average Google employee might work on one project for 2 or 3 years, maybe their whole career. As a consultant, I was seeing, upwards that a little over a year I was there, I saw upwards of 15 or 20 projects between myself, my juniors, and my team. And so what that did is that gave me a bird's eye view on Google. It gave me a 10,000 foot view. And I still, to this day, legally, I don't talk about the work I did. And it's hard for me to explain that, but that's just how it is with the contracts out there. And but I was seeing their biggest projects. That's about what I can say is, we were working on some of the biggest launches that you saw in the years of 2016, 2017. And for me, sitting there as a consultant, I'm overseeing all these projects that everyone else is so narrowly focused in, as the day-to-day employees. And I'm seeing the construction of this company. I'm seeing the narrow focus and the inability to communicate between teams. I'm seeing this disjunction between different areas of the company, how they're all building separate things that ultimately, when they come together, collide into something much bigger that none of them know is really actually happening. And it concerned me. I saw similar patterns within Facebook. I saw things out in Apple and friends, that worked out there. And at the time, I was writing for big publications. And I worked at Google, so I could pretty much reach out to anybody in the world, ask them for an interview, ask them for a quote or something like that, and they would respond. What I noticed is that people from these firms were almost impossible to get a hold of. And it's not because I couldn't reach out to them. It was because when I asked them, when I got to the point where I was like, well, can I talk to you about this? They didn't want to talk on public record. It's very quiet, especially people from Amazon. I literally couldn't get a sentence out of them. I actually remember when I was writing my book, I reached out to a friend at Facebook to talk to him about racial issues and whatnot. And what he told me is, he was like, look, man, I just don't think the firm's going to allow me to talk about this. Even if I go through HR, like, this is stuff that if you do put any of this in your book, you can't quote me. You can't have these names associated. And it's things like that ultimately concern me and push me out. So I did have a great time out there. I learned a lot. I had great teammates. This is from our Christmas party. My hair obviously at that point was really well grown out. We had won a lot of awards. I went into RGA and they had 4 awards on the wall. By the time I left, we had 13. So that year was explosive in terms of the success we were having as a team and the recognition. But one moment that hit me and that I will forever remember was about a month before I left the company. I won the Early Achievers Award from the University of Nebraska, which is given out to alumni who are exceeding standard pace of growth in their career at a very young age. I was the 4th youngest to ever win it, and I was surrounded by people that were 10 to 15 years my senior at the time. It was an honor to get. It's unbelievable. I still can't believe that I earned that. But one thing that I will remember is when I got up to the stage, they asked me one question, which is, why do you love your job so much? And like I said, I was about a month away from leaving. And so I got that question and my face, it viscerally like gnarled. My lips like kind of curled up. My face kind of boiled. I could feel the heat like almost turning red because I wanted to say, I don't love my job. I'm like ready to leave and I'm on the way out. Like I wanted to say all these things, I'm concerned for society, all these things. But I didn't. And I felt like at the moment, because of the context, I couldn't. But what I did come up in that moment, I said, the thing I love the most about my job as an experienced designer is that every day when I walk in the room, I get to represent and fight for the rights of the people using the products that I'm creating, which at Google is literally billions of people. I get to fight for their right to have a better experience and a better product and better services and things that make a better impact on humanity. And that's what I love about my job. So, for them, it was a, very good, positive, political kind of moment. For me, I got to say something that was very true, but also I didn't have to say I loved Google. But that was a moment I will remember, because that's what I ended up when I left. That's what has driven me. I work every day, and I believe hopefully you as well work this way when you graduate or move into your careers. We are now, I believe, as engineers, designers, people who are building these products and services, we are essentially public representatives. We are people who are representing the users. And it is our job, I believe, to fight for their rights and for the betterment of society through technology. And so after that moment really hit me, and I decided to leave. So what I did was pretty radical. I don't think if you talk to a lot of people that are doing this right now, they probably have a similar story. Many of them are, former VP of engineering at Facebook or director of monetization, or all these things where, they were at the belly of the beast. They were in the early days. They made their millions, and now they're saying, "Oh, we did this on purpose and it's messed up. We should fix it." Well, it'd be nice if you used your millions to fix it. I'm the other way around. I was just an average human being. I had a good salary, but I made a decision on principles, and I left. I broke my lease in my house. I left my job. I sold everything I owned, and I literally lived out of my car to do this. I lived out of my car for 2.5 months, and I have, for the most part, lived on people's couches for the last 3 years as I travel around the globe speaking. I kind of took the mindset into it. I don't know how many of you know the story of the Beatles, but the Beatles didn't just blow up. The Beatles, the way they became the Beatles is they performed thousands and thousands of shows around different venues around the world until people started to recognize them. And they were just pounding on doors constantly. And I told myself when I left, I said, I'm going to do what the Beatles did, but I'm going to do it for big tech. I'm going to live out of my car. I'm going to go anywhere that they will take me. And I'm going to start speaking about these issues and make it a public thing. So I started out in small venues, within companies, at local meetups, at all these things. I went literally all around the country in my car. I put on 25,000 miles on my car in 2.5 months. So it's just intense travel, which was also gruesome for me because I didn't have a home. I hit a point 3 weeks into it. I was like exhausted. I wanted to go home, and mentally I was like, but I literally don't have a home if I wanted to. And it's very tough, that moment. Like, you have to look at yourself and say, am I doing this? Am I really doing this? Is this the right thing? Because effectively at that moment in time, 3 years ago, when I was doing this stuff, I was pushing back against things that nobody understood. They thought I was crazy. They thought I was the person wearing the tinfoil hat. It's very, very tough mentally and physically. No sleep. I'm sleeping in my car. I'm sleeping on the ground in a tent. Like, I don't have anything, any possessions. My family's not around me. No friends. It's tough. And I did question my sanity. I questioned whether I was doing the right thing. I questioned if I'd ever get a job again. If I could ever go back into the tech industry, having spoken about these issues like this, because of the power, because of the money behind it. And to be honest, part of it, I haven't really told people about this until the last 6 months or a year. Now that I feel a little more comfortable, but like, part of it was also like, I don't know if I'm going to have to get off the grid because of this stuff. And so I wanted to test it. I wanted to see if I could do it. Over time, my engagements grew. I went from 10 people in the room to literally hundreds of people in the room across the world. I went 4 different continents, 19 different states and nations in a year. I hit 8 different time zones in 2 months at one point. I was literally waking up sober, not knowing where I was, because I was moving so fast in so many different directions. And that as well is very grueling. On top of that when I was home, quote unquote, I was in my parents' basement. So it's this weird dichotomy where when I'm on stage, I'm the guy, I'm the keynote speaker. I'm the one everyone here is paying literally sometimes hundreds or a couple $1,000s to see. But when I go home, I'm in my parents' basement, my childhood bedroom. Like, again, it hits you. It's this weird dichotomy of like, is this right? Am I doing this? What is society like? Society's perception of success is so different than what I'm doing. This is such a big risk. Eventually, it got me to TED stage. I have given a TEDx in Lincoln, Nebraska. I had the offering to do it in New York, and also I had connections in Colorado. I said, I want to do it in Lincoln, Nebraska. And everyone was like, why the hell do you want to do it in Lincoln? There's no exposure to all these things. I said, because it's the middle of our country that needs to hear this. It's not New York. It's not San Francisco. It's not Boulder, Colorado. If those people in those places don't understand that this is a problem, then they need to pull their heads out of whatever bubble they're in. We need to go to the middle of America. We need to go to people whose lives are dramatically affected by this, who, are fighting some of these areas. I'm going to be honest, they appear to be racist. They appear to have all these problems with immigration and things like that. And I'm not going to say that some of them aren't racist, but I would say the larger majority of people in those areas actually are rightfully concerned about immigration and policies, and not because it's a true story, but because they live in an area where they've never seen this technology. They've never seen what's possible. And when they hear that immigrants are taking our jobs, it's reasonable to them because they've never seen how fast and how large scale automation can wipe jobs away. They've never understood that actually, yes, in the early 2000s, we were outsourcing jobs to India and to Africa and to all these other places, China, where it's cheap labor. But actually now the real story is that those countries are demanding higher wages, and we're saying, actually, we got robots that can do it, bye-bye. It's things like that. And we need to go back. I, as someone who's from there, I needed to go back and help my community move forward. And so I did it in Lincoln, Nebraska. And you can look up if you want to. It's called Want to Work for Google? You already do. And that's the talk. It's all about our data and how it's being used to extort us long term, how that needs to change. As I mentioned, I also wrote a book. It's called Automating Humanity. Effectively, what I tried to do is make a picture book for what is, I believe, the biggest issues of our lifetime. The book itself is 230 pages long, but if you go to read it, it's about 120 pages of actual writing, and it's 23 chapters within there. So I intentionally designed the book to be super digestible, 5-6 page chapters with lots of pictures to represent and bring this stuff to life. Very basic English, so that the average human being, the person in the middle of the country, can pick this up and not become an expert, but learn enough that when it comes to time to vote, when it comes time to tell their kids what to go to college for, when it comes time to transition their lives into a new job, they understand what's going on. Because that's what the fear is. The fear is not actually immigrants. The fear is not actually people of color. The fear is instability and the fact that their leaders have decided to pin it on these other people. They don't know the truth because they have to it. When I went back to Nebraska in 2017, at one point, I remember getting lunch and paying with Apple Pay, which in San Francisco was every day. That was very normal. But the little mom and pop shop that I bought from, I grabbed my food and I walked away, and they came and grabbed me and accused me of stealing because they had never seen someone do it before. That's what we're talking about here. Disparities in knowledge and information and access to resources. People don't want to believe it, but these communities have been left behind. And so I made this book for those people. Now, you as the people who are graduating with technology knowledge and working through these accelerators and whatnot, you have much more information to it. And if you picked up my book, you would still find a lot of value in the third and fourth parts of it. But the first or second parts, you might already know some of the stuff. But the point of this, like I said, is there are books out there. You want to go read the deep technical knowledge, go read off the MIT press. Go read Shoshana Zuboff's Surveillance Capitalism. Go read those books. The problem that we're seeing is that the middle of America and the rest of the nation who are not in these tech bubbles, they need to be educated. And that was what my goal was. I've also, as mentioned, I started a company called the Better Ethics and Consumer Outcomes Network, Beacon. The whole point of this is that we become, like the name says, a beacon of hope. Better ethics and consumer outcomes, because ethics is great. Ethics is something we need. The problem is ethics has no immediate value to business. And as much as you're going to hate to hear it, the only way that we're going to make change is if we can figure this out on business terms. laws are great, and we need to have regulations. And I work with, I work with the World Economic Forum. I literally have legislation in place in the New York Senate right now, to one step away from getting approved by law for privacy. We do need regulation. However, oftentimes regulation takes 5, 10, maybe more years to actually get put into place. So that's a long-term battle we're all going to fight. But if you make a better business model, and if you show these businesses how you can drive more revenue through better ethical practices, you can change the situation in 2 or 3 years or less. And so that's where the name ethics and consumer outcomes really works, because a consumer outcome is a business problem. And if we can turn ethics into a consumer outcome, we can change the world, and we can do it on business terms. So that's my story. And what I'm here to do today is to tell you about responsible tech, or give you an overview, which I, as labeled here, have said this is a movement in accountability and humanity. So I have 5 tips for you. I'm going to walk through those. First and foremost, pick a lane. I have a few different options here, things that are big issues: data rights, usable privacy, dark patterns, manipulative algorithms, diversity inclusion. There's all these things, and you, as someone who's just getting into this, is probably saying, but they all relate to the same thing. And you know what? You're right. The thing is, each of these, once you dig into it, which is what I did too, I started everywhere. And so that's why I was so scrambled. That's why I was so unhealthy. My mental stability was nowhere, because I thought we have to do everything. We have to do everything. But the problem is, each of these is an industry in and of itself. We are just in the nascent days of it. But these are each their own industries. And we all need to pick a lane and work together to build something better. Find people who want to work on one thing with you. Find others who want to work on that other thing, and partner with them. We're complementary to each other. You want to talk about making change in the world? We need to be that change in the world. That's a really, cliche quote, but it's very true. We are, none of us individually, going to lift this whole thing up alone. We need to lock arms and strategically Red Rover over this problem. Number 2, find a mentor. A lot of this stuff, it feels like it's all new problems. Well, these are new technologies. These are new things we've never experienced before. This is bigger than anything ever before. The fact of the matter is, I spend a lot of time circling around when there are plenty of professionals who have sometimes upwards of a decade's worth of experience or more. Some of them have been working on some of this stuff for a lifetime, that can help you learn the history, connect to others, figure out how to focus your own work. So one of the second biggest keys here is find a mentor, because it's going to accelerate you. It's going to also help them by getting up to date on new age stuff that you're working on. And mentorship in general is good. Find a mentor. Once you get there, once you build yourself up, be a mentor. Next is pop your bubble. So I've already discussed this a little bit, but I think one of the biggest problems that we have right now is that the technical talent, the technical resources, the money around, the funding, everything is so saturated into such small percentages of our global population that it needs to be decentralized. So those of you out there who are listening that are, you're not from San Francisco, you're not from London, you're not from New York, not from these big places, but you felt you had to go there to get your work done. You're not entirely wrong. What I would challenge you to do is to pop your bubble and get out. Go home. Help these other communities move forward. And if the right opportunity exists, leave the bubble. Be that change by going back to these ground zeros and helping them build up. I'm working in Nebraska right now, trying to help some of the teachers get through this COVID issue and get internet into their classrooms and things like that. And I have students, they're talking about their students who they don't even have electricity still. That's a problem. Okay, those are real problems. You want to go build the next social media? That's not a problem to be solved. We have real problems that need to be solved in our America. Levels of developing nation problems that we as technologists can go back and help solve and expedite. Most of us, however, unfortunately, are unwilling to take that risk and to suck it up and to do the hard work, but we need to. Next, remain principled. This is not easy work. There are going to be a lot of times that you speak to people who say, "Oh, go get an investor and scale this out to 1 billion people instantly," and all this, and it sounds good. But the problem is we got here because of that mindset. We need to take things slower. We need to run on profit, not false hopes, not a Ponzi scheme, right? Not investment capital that then gets paid off to go pay more debt and run on zero, continue running on debt. Then when you hit zero, you go get more investment capital and you keep folding money into debt, which is not actually anything stable. Okay, we need principled labor. We need principled workers. We need people who are willing to say, you have $1 million on the table that would really help me pay my bills, but I also don't believe you, Mr. Investor, in the way that you want to use my business. So I'm going to leave that money on the table. We need people who are willing to do that. This is hard work, and it's not for the faint of heart. It's going to take us a long time. It's going to take a lot of commitment, and we need to remain principled. And the last point here I have is to stay healthy. I can't tell you how hard I worked to get in this position. I literally put in plenty of 80 to 100-hour work weeks over the last 3 years. That's 4 years, really, because I was doubling time at Google sometimes. That's great and all, and it's got me very far, but it's not sustainable. And to be honest with you, it's very detrimental to my health and my desire to make a better movement. There was one time I remember a year and a half ago, December 2019, I believe, or December 2018 actually. I had a crash. All of the work I had been doing, all the traveling, everything added up, and I crashed. It was during the holidays, so I was lucky there wasn't a lot going on. But I couldn't get out of bed for almost 2 weeks. I was sleeping 12 to 15 hours a day. I was in pain. I was in physical pain from all of the stress, the trying to manage all this, trying to do everything for everyone, that I couldn't get out of bed for nearly 2 weeks. And I've had one other much smaller crash since then. But my mentors, my friends, my business partner at a certain point, they said to me, what you're doing is very ambitious and we're so proud of you, but we can't do this if you're not there to lead this. And it really hit me, we all need to stay healthy in this. This is a lifetime's worth of work. It's not going to happen in 2 or 3 years. We need to continue to have persistence, and we need that, even if it's slow persistence, we need it to happen. But in order for that to happen, you need to be healthy. So that's my last sticking point with you, is focus on your health. Take days off. Go do things with your family. Go do things with your loved ones, your friends, whoever. Get out of your head and just do nothing. Take time to do nothing. It's okay to do that. And it'll benefit us all in this movement. So my 5 tips to succeed after you'd heard my story, to summarize it all up: pick a lane, find a mentor, be a mentor, get out of your bubble, go talk to people not in your bubble. That doesn't just mean race, ethnicity, sex, gender. That means people in different areas of the country or the world. If you can't get there, call them, virtual call, video call, whatever. Remain principled and stay healthy. And those are the 5 tips I'm going to give to you. Hopefully that speeds up your process. Hopefully that helps you get to where you want to be. Not only faster, but better than what I did for the last 3 years, which was a lot of work and oftentimes very painful. So that is the end of my presentation. This little note here about my company, if you want to read it, and my contact information can be found there. Thank you all for having me. I hope you learned something out of this. I hope it was enjoyable and not too boring. So thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. This is really great. We have a couple of questions that we've gotten throughout the chat. I'm just going to get rid of the slides for a sec. We'll pop them back at the end. The first one was from Erica, which was, what do you think helped you continue having motivation despite the odds when you were facing this time, especially living in your car? Like that really, like traveling around, that really sounds super, super taxing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told to the attorney generals last fall when I was helping them out with the antitrust investigations. which is that I believe that this is the biggest threat to our freedom, society, and democracy we've ever had in the history of the world, the United States, democracy at large. So it's like, for me, it's literally like there's no other option. And so I don't know that it was finding motivation. It was more like survival mode. I was just like going. It was such a deeply ingrained passion in me and belief that I felt I had to do this. Otherwise, my life and the lives that we were all raised into and told about was going to disappear. And I think this election is going to be one of the biggest validations of whether that's true or not coming up. So we'll see. I think we're getting there, though.
We'll see. We had another question from Marushi, who is one of our Impact Fellows. What's the bill that you were mentioning in the New York State, the Senate?
So let me look up the actual, it's like a S88 or S8448B or something. Let me look it up real fast. But the bill itself is on COVID tracing. We have, and my work mostly in it was on, let's see if I can find this real fast. Worst case, I can look it up and send it out to everyone. But my biggest work on this is less of the technical side of like, how do we end-to-end encrypt things, or how do we do, this or that with the technical side, and more of the human side. And the biggest push that I got in the bill was in terms of transparency. There is a line in the bill which I was shocked that it didn't get either lobbied out or at least watered down, which is that every company who decides that they want to make a COVID tracing app has to summarize their data operations to the general public at a 4th grade reading level or below. I always push for 8th grade. Yeah, I know. That's how I felt. I was like, whoa, I don't know. That's crazy. I can't believe that didn't get moved at all. But I go for 8th grade normally, and I call it the right to understand. Right? We have all these other data rights. We have right to access, right to deletion, right to revocation and opt out. Things like that. There we go. Someone got it. 8448.
Gotta love the power of crowdsourcing.
Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I usually shoot for 8th grade, and here's why. 8th grade is what the average American reads at, and it is also the average 13-year-old. So COPA law, right, to child protection. 8th graders are generally about 13 years old. So that's where I usually shoot for, and I'm calling it the right to understand. We're trying to make that a thing right now, because all these other rights we have in data privacy, they mean nothing if we're not capable of understanding what's going on. So that's the fundamentals that I push for. And I've been working with the World Economic Forum to try to make that a thing as well. It's something I'm bringing into conversations, but, and I did write a Forbes article about the bill, but I'm going to write another follow-up here too about the right to understand and why it should be the next data right that we have as fundamental right. So
nice. You should send us that Forbes link. Also, relatedly, we've been having a couple people asking, will we have access to these slides? ?
Sure, I can send that through. No problem.
Yeah, I'll post them in the Slack. By the way, if you are just joining us and you want to join the Slack, you can go to impactlabs.io/Slack and you'll pop right in, so you can follow up. We're getting a lot of very favorable, nice little comments in the chat. This is great. We have another question, which is any advice for new STEM grads on how to start a career in the intersection of tech and ethics? Some organizations we can reach out to, et cetera, would be really helpful.
Yeah. Obviously, you can reach out to us, but to avoid pure self-promotion, there's an organization called Data Ethics for All that I've been recently getting involved in, and they are out in the Valley. There's All Tech is Human. It's a big one. There's The Bridge is more along the lines of policy rather than ethics, but it's a good one to keep up to date. There's one I'm about to sign up. We're in the process of like working together on some things, but it's called Like-Minded Females. They, I think, are generally trying to upskill women and push women forward, but like they have a strong lean towards tech. So that's one to look into. But yeah, feel free to reach out, because those are just off the top of my head. I'm sure I have plenty of others. Yeah, so look into those organizations, pick up books around it and things like that.
For sure.
So it's a very new field. It's a new field. That's the real problem. It's so new like that like there's not like here's a pillar to go find it. It's
that's right. It really is.
We're all pioneers.
this wave is really cresting. I in my position, I get to meet college students all the time, literally every day, who are talking about how they're like frustrated at the only perceived options that they have is going into these large tech companies where they feel like cogs in a machine, where the work is not impactful, et cetera. And it's like really exciting because so many more people, especially youngsters, I can't believe I just said the word youngsters. Wow, show all those all those youngsters these days with their TikToks. Anyway, it's an exciting time. It's a really exciting time. We have a next question, which is, do you think big tech's perception of the issues you've mentioned has changed over the years?
I mean, I think define big tech, right? I actually believe that even from when I was there, the people inside of the company, the majority of the people inside of the company were beginning to see these issues and we're pushing for them. I think we're seeing that more and more nowadays. I think the real question you're asking is, have the executives at big tech companies changed their perception of these issues? And I think the answer to that is yes, it's just starting now. Now, I don't necessarily know that that's because they're like, oh, this needs to happen, I'm such a good person. I think it has a lot to do with antitrust investigations and litigation coming across these companies, all the policies that are now coming in place that are, to be quite honest, just scaring the shit out of them. That's part of my work, part of the people I work with. The reason why we do it on a state-to-state level is because if we can get 25 states to flip, first of all, it's going to cause big tech a headache, because now they have 25 states policies to deal with, and they really don't want that, which then, as you saw within last year, they're now demanding that federal policy gets put into place. They're actively pushing for that because state by state law is moving so fast. They're like, oh my God, we're going to have 50 state different policies to deal with. It's not going to be manageable. And that's exactly what we want. We want them scared. Kind of our work and my work as the people I've been working with in policy is, we know the insides of these companies so well that our goal is to put the gas on the pedal and kind of pin them and say, look, you make these changes or we're just going to keep pushing on the gas. Like, this is not something that can happen. You can't keep doing this. Society needs to be respected. You're damaging our democracies. Actually, a quote from the movie, The Social Dilemma, which I'll be in, is coming out in early September. A quote that they pulled for me that's in the movie is, they asked me, why is this such a systemic problem, or some question like that. And my response was, look, where do you see these problems in the world? You see them in the United States. We had the most violent elections in 2016 in recent history in the United States, UK, France, Germany, Spain, Brazil, Australia. The most developed nations in the world are imploding on each other. And what do they have in common? They don't have the same language. They don't have the same currency, the same food, the same cultures, nothing except for the internet and the way it distributes information. And that's why I do this, because this is the internet. This isn't we have little patches of bad things here and there. No, it is. It all comes from the way information is distributed and shapes our perception of the world. And that now, the media used to be considered the fourth estate in law. I proposed that the internet has become the fifth, and it is even more invisible than ever before, and we need to fix it.
Yeah. That kind of might be an answer to this question, which is, what do you think is the biggest challenge to educate general public about tech and AI? Do you think it's around this misinformation and areas in terms of how we disseminate knowledge?
A bit, and I'm going to go back to what Tristan Harris has talked. We talked about this in February when I first saw the movie, and we were all chatting, and he said, he heard about my work and we were talking about privacy, and he's super supportive of it. But basically, and I agree with him, he said, look, there's all these other issues, like I listed there on one of my slides. There's all these other issues, but if we can't tell true from false, we can't talk about anything. So we need to figure that out first. And so that's what I would say, is as ephemeral and large as that is the biggest problem. If we can't determine what is true and what is false, and we can't all speak about one issue under the same sense of reality, we can't move forward. And that's where we need to start.
We have another question also. What are your opinions about government-backed COVID contact tracing apps in Canada, but also in general? I know that's it's a very pressing debate right now.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about COVID tracing apps. Now, this might be a dramatic opinion. It's not always in everyone's favor here, but I'm going to say I believe COVID's a bad disease. However, I also believe the media has overhyped it. I believe that COVID tracing is extremely dangerous to us. I believe not because of the fact that we can trace each other, like the fact that we have that health alert. I think that's good, but also in order to actually have the benefits that they're invoking, we need like 70+% of the population to go adopt this. And the truth of the matter is, people don't want to adopt this. They don't trust it. I think what's actually happening right now with some of this COVID tracing app stuff is like we had the war on drugs that corralled most specifically Black people. We had the war on terror, which was against people of Middle Eastern descent. We now have what I believe you're going to start to hear is, and have been hearing, is the war on disease, which is corralling all of us under a large scale of surveillance. I'm very concerned about it. I think that if we do it right, I would opt into COVID tracing. I just don't believe that the government is interested in doing it right now. They're more interested in expediting the process and getting us all into it, rather than discussing the necessities to have transparency and to, like our bill, to have accessible understanding of what's going on and definitions of, that bill also talks about the need for transparency reports from the companies on a regular basis. The auditability of their technology stack and all these different things that just aren't in most of the other bills out there. So I believe that, like I said, if it's done well, I think it'd be very good for society. I just don't have faith right now that it's going to be done well. Especially you have partnerships with a thing like Apple and Google. Like that's just, you just took two monopolies and went. So I don't know. I'm concerned.
I'm concerned too. I would quibble perhaps with the overhyped, the comment you made about it being overhyped. Perhaps it is being overhyped, but also it's like terribly, like deadly for so many hundreds of thousands of people so far, and case rates are still rising, and it's like causing such economic injury. I will, perhaps this is a good time to say that the views of our speakers are not our own or whatever. But it's true. It is certainly a very legitimate concern in that, if it is being overblown, like what are the costs that we're unduly incurring, or perhaps like inflicting on ourselves by.
And to clarify, I do think it's a bigger problem in some areas than others. I'm staying in Nebraska, where at any given moment we have 5,000 to 10,000 active cases. We have 3 million people. That means at best I have upwards of 0.3% chance of catching a disease that in Nebraska I have about 1% chance of dying from. I'm not understating the death potential. It is very real. I'm not trying to say it's not a real thing at all. I'm just saying, it's much more deadly in a society like New York or LA or big cities where everyone's living on top of each other, where they're intertwined, versus like an area where, like rural communities where they're spread out, like my neighbor's a mile away from me. You know what I'm saying? I think that the biggest problem we're having with the government's reaction to this is that they are trying to make blanket statements and blanket rules and lacking the data literacy to actually make reasonable policy decisions relative to the communities at which it's affecting.
Yeah, that makes sense. We also had a question specifically about Beacon, which is the ways that you practice human-centered design. This is something that we think about a lot. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on how you bring those practices to bear in your work at Beacon.
Yeah, a lot of the most human-centric design that I do is a bit different than I think a lot of what you get in big companies, and mostly because in big companies they do this thing where they have proprietary secrets that they hold really close to their chest. I think the best way to actually make human-centered design is to go out and take it to the public, and that sounds really basic and fundamental, but often doesn't happen in big companies. User testing often happens internally. It's a lot of questions are self-reinforcing to their business models. They don't want to ask the questions that might harm their hypotheses. I think it really comes down to getting people involved, having a diversity of people in your audience, and testing it out all the time. Even when I wrote my book, at any given time, I had 50 to 60 people had access to my book. And people like, well, aren't you afraid of people going and stealing it and going and writing it before you get it out there? And to be honest with you, I said no. I said, and if they do, good. We need this out there. Like, that's how much I believe in the work I do. If you want to steal it, good luck. I've been doing this for 3 years. I have a good network. I have a vision for it that you may not. Market innovation can happen in multiple different ways. So maybe you take my ideas and you run with it slightly different. Maybe yours is better than mine. Good. It's better for the world. I think we need to really let go of control a bit and more focus on actually getting testing out there and beta testing things and making sure that it does work before we launch at a mass scale, and then regressively figure out that it's been harming people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sweet. We have a separate question. As a student or someone without a large platform, are there things that I can do to help my rural community advance with technology? I'd be curious to hear where this person is writing from specifically. Paige, if you want to comment on like where you're from.
Yeah. So that's a hard question. It's similar to like when people say, well, how can I improve my knowledge of privacy? Really, the only thing I can say with privacy is go read the terms and conditions, and then it becomes a loop of like, well, that's not very helpful, and that's why we need innovations. But I'm gonna give you specifically so one thing I would check out. There's an organization in Nebraska. Go to dospace.org. It is a tech literacy initiative in Nebraska. It's effectively like they're calling it like a technology library. It's like a library. It's actually run by a woman who built her career on library and information sciences, but now is taking that concept of a library and putting it into like technology access. I think that's a really big deal. One of the tools I would suggest either you learn or you help others learn in your community is called Webflow. That's a brand new no code. I think no code is a big movement you should look into, because realistically, we don't have the timeline to go and teach everyone how to be Python developers or these deep engineers. And we don't need everyone to do that. We need people to be literate enough to understand what's going on and to build their businesses, their futures, whatever. And no code is going to be the future of it, I believe. That's actually why I switched into design at a certain point, because I was an engineer to begin my career. I was doing data science in college. I was doing engineering work in my early days, and I said, I'm going to be coding the systems that code the systems. Like, why don't I go learn how to do information architecture and design? Because I think that's always going to stick around, and it's a little more human. So there's not a lot of great answers to that right now. I would, in the front, I know, so All Tech is Human. Go follow All Tech is Human, get on their newsletter. I was working with them. They're going to be producing a big resource bay in the next month or so, I think is their goal to have that out. So it's just been, what's happened is it's been 3, 4, 5 years of people like me stepping out, trying to get this going. And we're now, as Aaron had mentioned, we're just now kind of hitting this tipping point where now there are like solid practices that have been tested and seen in life over time. And it's not just like this person just started a startup yesterday. We're just in the first year. Like there's now 3, 4, 5, sometimes upwards of 10 years of people who have been doing this work. And now it's time to aggregate the resources and point people in the right direction.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And last question I had for you, which is recently, maybe it was a month ago or something, in the most recent Apple update, they said that they're going to be basically every app before you download it, it's going to have like their terms, like what exactly the data is being collected, et cetera. Like it's going to be a lot more transparent. When you see developments like that, are you encouraged? And conversely, possibly, is there a nervousness that if the Apple like pays lip service to privacy or pays lip service to transparency, that they're masquerading and it's just being like optical, it's pure optics?
Greenwashed. Yes, both. I am excited about it. I do think it's great that companies are beginning to step forward. The other thing that I think we all in this space need to consider is that a lot of us have this high ideal of what we want, and the world's not perfect. And to see steps forward is good. Progress is good. We have to maintain the vision. We have to keep fighting for and pushing for the vision, but we also have to respect when steps are made, even if they're small. And so I am excited that Apple's doing it, but I am also, on that same note, very worried that it becomes whitewashed or greenwashed, however you want to call it, and that we then have to figure out how to overturn that. But ultimately, I don't want to. I guess this is probably about the end of the talk. I just want to leave y'all. So we've talked about very serious things, and sometimes that can be very stressful, overwhelming, especially in this time of crisis with COVID. I don't want to leave you thinking that I think the world's on fire and everyone's gonna die. The only reason I'm doing this work is because I have hope for a better future. I do believe we can make that change. I do believe it is coming. It's just going to take persistence and faith and hard work from all of us. And I'm happy that you're all here on this call, in this conference, interested in it, because we need more people involved. So thank you for having me. And
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, seriously, it was a pleasure.
Hope the rest of the day is great.
For sure. And send me the slides. I could post it on the Slack for everyone else. Oh, and I'll also pop up your information. If anyone wants to get in contact, we have Joe's contact information here. But yeah, really a pleasure to have you with us. And I'm going to remove you from the chat, and we're going to be staying on this very YouTube link for our next speaker, David Auerbach, who will be joining us in just a minute. So we'll stay on the line, and we'll see you guys later. Bye, Joe.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
All right, our next guest is going to be joining us in just a second. I'm going to be passing it over to one of our Impact Labs teammates, Alex, who's going to introduce our next speaker. Alex, take it away.
Hey.
Well, actually, don't take it away yet because our speaker hasn't signed on yet. That's okay.
Okay.
But take it away from me. Bye.
Sounds good. Hey, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. How are you?
Good that you can hear me well. And I believe I'll get some confirmation from Aaron, but I believe you're being streamed right now. We got about 79 people on, which hopefully will grow soon. What time is it there in Nairobi?
It's 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Thanks for joining us late.
No worries.
Great. Great. Do you want to maybe just give a little bit introduction of yourself and Sanergy and things like that? And I guess I'll note that I was lucky enough to intern with Sanergy this summer, working on their expansion strategy, both in Nairobi in Kenya and then beyond into other parts of Africa and elsewhere. Which has been an awesome experience and is ending next week. And I'll let David take it away.
Hey, good evening or good morning, everybody. I'm David Auerbach. I'm one of the co-founders of Sanergy, and it is a total pleasure to be sharing our work with you. So sorry, I'm just opening up the presentation to be able to stream that for you guys to all see it. Give me 1 second. Sorry, 3. Great. And so just greetings from Nairobi, Kenya, where I am based at the moment. And have been living here for the last 9 years. Back in 2010 and 11, we're really motivated around what you could do as to apply business principles to solve social challenges. And we were really interested in the sanitation challenge for a couple of reasons, but particularly because of first, I had been a teacher in China, and it was a really transformative experience for me. I had just graduated college, and I was teaching out there, and really gained incredible exposure on like what it was like to live in the developing world. And I saw there like lots of challenges, but I also saw lots of social challenges, and I also saw like the power of entrepreneurship. Everybody was hustling with business ideas and such, and so it was really, really inspiring for me as an opportunity to do work or to do something in that later in life. But that didn't happen until for a few years later, when I went to graduate school at MIT, and I met met the team there. And so now I'm going to share with you. Our application is right here. Share this. So let me put this on to display mode to share exactly what's going on with Sanergy, which we then created out of this. So what Sanergy is all about is solving the sanitation and waste management crisis in booming cities. And so it starts with a very clear premise that cities are growing very, very quickly, and populations of informal settlements or slums are going to increase from 1 billion people today to more than 3 billion citizens by 2050. Over 60% of people are using unsafe sanitation systems. This ends up killing about 1 million people every year, and has a profound economic consequence too of $260 billion lost globally in economic productivity. Where I work here in Kenya, it holds true. 60% of the urban population lives in slums where waste is improperly managed. That's across the city, but then once you actually go into the informal settlements, it's about 90% of the waste is being unsafely managed. This has an impact on the economy of about $270 million per year. It's the equivalent to about 1% of GDP. At the same time, Nairobi has another significant challenge, which is that it has a lot of solid and organic waste that's being illegally dumped into the environment. Every day, it's about 4,500 tons. It's about 2,000 tons of that is organic, and that's just being dumped into. There is a dump, but it's very, very full. But otherwise, it's being dumped into open areas. And then Kenya faces another challenge that feels removed from the city, but is really important, is that we have declining agricultural productivity, and so basically, as Kenya gets wealthier as a country, they need to be able to continue to produce from the land, but they've often overused the land with synthetic fertilizers, and so what we're working on is finding ways to be able to solve for that. So this is where our approach comes in, done with all the bad news. We take a circular economy approach for sanitation and waste management. And so what that means is that we're building sanitation networks and waste collection networks. We collect the waste on a regular basis. We treat the waste at a processing plant, and we convert it into two main end products: insect-based animal feed, which is ideal for chickens, and then organic fertilizer too. Now let me walk you through exactly what we are doing there. So it starts with us providing quality, non-sewered, eco-friendly sanitation solutions. And so this is it. It's called the Fresh Life Toilet. It's a bright blue, eye-catching facility, and at this end has a cartridge system underneath where it separates the waste. And then it also ensures that the liquid waste and ensures that the liquid waste and the solid waste goes into containers that it can be sealed and safely removed. For the user, it's a really nice experience because you don't see the waste after, and it's a private bathroom. What we do is the whole 9 yards. So we basically have a processing plant, a fabrication plant where we're building and manufacturing the toilets. We have a sales team that goes out there and sells toilets to people in the community who lease them by a subscription model. So they pay about $10 a month. This is like landlords or entrepreneurs who do this. And then we come in and we install the toilets. Like you can see there, this is actually a recent one that we were doing to help some government land on the perimeter of the slums. And then we also provide, business and mentoring support in order to help the toilets, the operators of the toilets thrive. As you can see, what we do on a daily basis is that we come and do the waste collection. And so you can see on the left is is a standard collection that you see at one of our toilets. They lift the cartridges out of the toilets, and then they put it on hand carts. And the reason they put it on hand carts is that the waste or informal settlements are very much unpaved, and so it's very difficult to have truck access. And so we use very practical carts that enable us to be able to move quickly through the community and get as close as possible to where those toilets are. And what you can see in the bottom right corner is our waste collection service. And so we have big containers that will effectively lease to hotels, restaurants, agricultural pack houses, the airport when it's open, and such. And we take the organic waste and collect it in that, and then we take it to, and then we're able to truck it out of the city, and we take it to our large processing plant. And this is that. And so this is on the outskirts of Nairobi. It's about 25, 30 kilometers outside of Nairobi. And there we're doing a couple of things. We're treating the waste by converting it into animal feed and fertilizer. So what you can see in the foreground is actually fertilizer. And so that's being processed. And what you can see in the background with the greenhouses are actually feeding cages where we have what we're doing is growing a colony of black soldier fly larvae. So this is a type of fly that eats organic matter. They get and they eat. They get big and fat. And then we harvest them and boil and dry them, and the end product is 40% protein. And this protein is natural to the diets of chicken and fish and pork. And so we sell that as an animal feed to feed millers. And you can see in the bottom left there, it's called Kuza Pro. And then the last thing that we do is that we also convert it into biomass briquettes, which you can see there in the bottom right. And that's really useful for industry. And so often factories will have boilers, and they need sort of a steady flow of fuels. In Kenya here, we had a timber ban about 3 years ago that increased the price of charcoal by 3 times. And so this actually comes in as a very effective, affordable substitute. So where are we? Well, right now, we have about over 100,000 people using our sanitation facilities every day. We collect about 12,000 tons of waste per year, and all of that waste is being safely treated. We're also promoting sustainable local agriculture. We're now the largest producer of organic fertilizer in the country. Organic fertilizer reduces the need for synthetic fertilizer by about 30%. And all of our end product and our animal feed replaces fish, which is typically used instead. And that fish is being overly fished from Lake Victoria and other places. And so it's actually, so the animal feeds that we're producing are helping to protect the environment and promoting sustainable agriculture. Where are we headed? Well, we're trying to accelerate achievement of the SDGs in cities. And so this isn't just about clean water and sanitation, it's number 6, but also building sustainable cities, creating good jobs, creating energy, or affordable and clean energy, and then promoting also the responsible consumption and production. And where are we headed? Well, next month, we're opening the largest organics recycling factory in sub-Saharan Africa. It's going to process about 72,000 tons of waste per year, producing about 3,600 tons of animal feed and 10,000 tons of organic fertilizer. And then at the same time, of course, we're also going to be serving lots of people with safe sanitation. And our goal is in the next 5 years to be serving about 1 million people with safe sanitation every single day. So I'm going to stop there because it's much more interesting to get your questions, and I welcome all of your thoughts.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. That was awesome to see. I've never seen that presentation before, so that was really cool. And I guess before we get questions from others, as you were talking. And so the last speaker we had was Joe Toscano, who's sort of a tech ethicist and informs a lot of tech policy and things like that. So not exactly related to stuff you were talking about, but very, I would say, software heavy, and it looks a lot at data and issues of software and privacy and software engineering. And I know that Sanergy, at least the way I see it, the engineering is a lot of harder engineering or mechanical engineering and things like that. And I wanted to ask, like, how do you balance those two? Like, what do you look for when there are people to contribute to Sanergy? I know, of course, you have a lot of hard mechanical engineers, but then on the software engineering side, what kind of stuff is Sanergy doing?
Sorry, Alex. I heard like every other word of that.
Oh, really?
So
Is this a little better? Sorry,
I didn't quite pick up the question.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't. Apologies. I'm not sure why my connection's so bad. But essentially, my question was Sanergy to me strikes me as an organization that has a lot of really talented, really impactful sort of like mechanical engineering procedures, and was wondering how software engineering and other types of engineering and data and things like that go into your processes as well and your expansion.
Sure. So if I heard it correctly, it's how are we using engineers? Is that it? In all of our work, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how are you using different levels and different types of engineers, basically?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so we can't. So we don't do this work alone. That is for sure. And I'm not an engineer by training, but we've been able to recruit like really incredible engineers across everything, everything that we've been doing, and that starts with toilet design, where we've had civil and mechanical engineers who have been helping us design, both toilets, but then also improved waste transport systems. Just today, we had a presentation on a new type of waste collection vehicle that we're developing that's going to enable us to be able to more rapidly move around the informal settlements, but at the same time and carry as much waste as possible too. And so it's like really exciting to be able to apply like, pragmatic innovation to a process, to be able to do that. And then of course, on the other side, on the reuse side, we have a lot of engineers. And so we have engineers who are, helping us on, who are working on the challenges of like what we convert the waste into. So the end products that we have, a fertilizer and animal feed, there's more things you can do. We've done experimentations with the urine to be able to extract, phosphates from that, for example. So we have chemical engineers who are working on that. We have other engineers who are working on how you can separate out the fats and the oils from the black soldier fly larvae, because each of those products, fats, oils, and proteins, are valuable too. And then of course we're building the largest recycling factory in East Africa, and we're beginning to expand. So we think about challenges around how do we replicate technologies, how do we modularize those technologies, and so we are always super keen to bring in more engineers for our work. And we do run a fellowship program that gives really good exposure, very hands-on experience, like working with senior leadership, and always like solving real problems that we're looking to solve for. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. And thank you so much for a great answer to the question. Christina, do you want me to add? We have one of our teammates from Impact Labs. I'm going to add you to the stream. And then I'm going to post your question here on the screen. But if you want to say it out loud too, feel free.
Sure thing. Thanks, Alex.
Yep.
And thanks for being here, David. So I was wondering, you mentioned the cost for community members, individuals, was about $10 a month. And I wanted to ask, is this affordable for most communities? And how do you balance staying afloat as a company and being as accessible as possible? Yeah,
it's a great question. And so as a principle, we want to make this as affordable as possible. But the question is who pays, right? And so for us, the person who's paying is actually, so we have two delivery models. One is a landlord who, he or she has what's called like a plot or a residential compound. So that's like 5 or 10 families living in a discrete location. And so the landlord is the one who we have the relationship with, and they're the person who has the spending power, that they're getting from various rents and all of that to be able to pay for it. So the $10 to that person is not that great. They embed that in the rent. In some cases, we see them increasing the rent by, $1 or something like that. And, for a family of 4 to have that sanitation for a month for $1 is not that great a cost. And it's well below like the World Bank levels for like they have some formula around what the expected income, percentage of income it should be being paid for this. And it's very low. The other model is an entrepreneurial model where people are running this as a small business and they charge people to use the toilets. So what they're charging people to use the toilets is like approximately 5 cents. But then what the entrepreneur is paying us is $10. And so, it's pretty easy for them to be able to cover costs. But actually that cost doesn't quite yet cover what it costs to be able to deliver these services. And so but we also want to be very mindful of, what are people, to your question, like what are people actually able to pay? And so what we do instead is that we charge at a price that we are, confident that people can pay at and will continue to pay at. But then we have grant capital that comes in to support it. And over time, our goal is to actually get rid of the grant capital by either this becoming self-sustaining or by the government getting involved and really investing in serving low-income areas, which currently they don't do as much. And so, but what we're trying to do is provide an affordable enough solution such that the government will then invest in that. And so that's how we stay afloat. But at this time, that's how we stay afloat, while at the same time being able to deliver these services to people.
Yeah, thank you. Great answer. I hope you do get investment in the future.
Thank you, Christina. I saw another question here that I really liked, that I've asked you about, I think before, David, which was like, how long did it take you going from 0 to 1 with establishing Sanergy? And slightly misspelled Sanergy, but I think we get the idea. Yeah, just sort of like how did the company come about, and how did you take that leap?
Sure. Yeah, I wish we're at the whole like 0 to 1 step function growth side. But it, I think with a lot of social enterprises, it's really a longer journey, and it's very hard to go, to have those orders of magnitude of growth, given the context and the situations that you're trying to solve for. Yeah, but the journey of this was that, so we were, as I mentioned, so we were in graduate school. So we had 2 years. We developed in a class, and the class was called Development Ventures, and it was at the MIT Media Lab. And it challenged students to come up with solutions to, solutions to poverty challenges that affected and the solution would affect the lives of over 1 billion people. So they wanted you to think big, they wanted you to think about systems. And we were able to develop that that idea in that class. But we had no idea if it had any merit or any value to it. And so what we then did was that we were able to get travel grants from the Public Service Center at MIT to be able to go to Kenya and explore, and just act like just do what students do, like you go, and just ask a lot of questions and try to learn and try to understand whether there was any merit to what we were saying. We came back, we did a white paper that we wrote, that we shared with all the people in the sanitation sector who we met while we were in Kenya. And then we saw, okay, well, the next step of this is to get a working pilot up and running. And so we applied for money again, and then spent the summer between the 2 years of school getting a very simple pilot up and running, just building a toilet or 2 toilets, showing that people would pay to use it, showing that we could collect the waste, showing that it could be converted into something. And so we got this very, very much in the idea of like minimum viable product, which is, often hear within in the startup world. So we got that up and running, and then the second year of school, what we did was that we just fundraised for it. And so we entered a bunch of business plan competitions, the MIT 100K, the Mass Challenge, Net Impact had a business plan competition. We then we got accepted into some of the social enterprise fellowships like Echoing Green and things like that. And basically that enabled us to cobble together enough money to make a go of it. And so upon graduating, we 2 weeks later, we moved to Kenya. And we had maybe about 6 months of money of runway to go. And from that, we were able to, demonstrate that we could build toilets, that we could build, that people would pay for them. We had some financing partnerships in place that, we worked with like with the nonprofit Kiva. They were really big early supporters of us. And from there, we really made it go. And so that's the story. And so as as students and being in your shoes, I mean, I think it's a couple of things that we learned is that these universities are often waiting for people to come along, students to come along, and those and I say that it sounds obvious, but at the same time, there's this whole world within universities that students are often not exposed to, and that's often it's from grants to professors' research and the networks that professors have, to access to good mentorship, good advice, and things like that. And we just we couldn't get enough of that. And I think that that was really, really central in us building a good reputation, but then also being well positioned to make a real go of this.
Awesome, thank you so much. I have another question that I'm gonna pull up here that I really like. Is do you open source the data you collect about your impact? Would love to look at it, and I guess you could answer that more broadly in terms of the open source. Do you open source the data you use in general, and for expansion? And I know, for example, this summer I've been looking at stuff with standardizing standards of impact across container-based sanitation and water and sanitation. And if you could talk to that a little bit too.
Well, sorry, Alex, I keep not being able to quite hear you.
No worries. I guess I was just coming off of this question. So do you open source the data you collect about your impact? And then my follow-up was just sort of, I've been able to look at some of that this summer and found it very interesting in terms of establishing standards across container-based sanitation providers and things of that nature too.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I mean, we do open source our data, as it were. We're very public about the usage and usage methodology of our toilets, how much waste we're safely collecting, and also like the cost, and then this metric that we're developing around cost per person per year, which is pretty, which no one else is really doing, which is like it's a or it's not a common metric yet, but we think it's something that's like really important for the sector to understand, and to position yourself, right? That this is a really affordable sanitation method, a cost-effective method. And I think that and sometimes it's uncomfortable to like sort of be sharing your data and being information, but at the same time, we're operating in a sector that's like chronically underfunded. It's something like $140 billion more is what is needed, the World Bank estimates, to be able to achieve the sanitation goals. And so our budgets of our the amount that we're spending is small potatoes in comparison. But we're building a movement by showing how cost effective we are, and you have to be out there about that, and be able to defend your impact.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks so much. Another one I have here from Francis. She asks, how do you deal with cultural pushback with these new technologies, especially for such remote communities or villages?
Yeah. Sure. So, I mean, it's, the simple answer is that, as much as, is that you invest in the community that you serve, and you design for the community that you serve, right? And so it's not me who is, 99% of our team is Kenyan, 2/3 are from the communities that we serve, right? And one thing that is is really important about the market-based approach, about the $10 per month, is that that's actually another way to think about it, is that that's the community saying that this is a technology that we want. So it's not me giving away or just saying, or just unilaterally deciding to put in toilets. It's actually, these landlords and these entrepreneurs, they identify the land, they have customers who they have to be selling to, as it were, their tenants or the residents. And so, and so we are working to, and so when they pay that $10, that's what, they're saying that this is a technology that we want to adapt. And then the toilet goes up, and this is something that people see, and they say, oh, this is something that's the community, that someone in my community is recommending, not some foreign organization. And of course it's more complex than that, too. Like we've set up, our operations are in the informal settlements. We really put a stake in the ground there. We work very closely with, not just with the entrepreneurs, but you saw on the slides. I mean, we work with community members, we work with government, we work with other stakeholders too, and you really are building a coalition around this work. And you have to, and I think it's really important to do that, especially with government, and to get good uptake.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks so much. And I kind of know a little bit of the answer to this question, but if you could tell everyone else, I like this one. Do you see the company expanding to other countries within Africa? When you began in Kenya, did the government oppose any of your practices?
Great question. So the goal of our work is to not just expand within Africa, but also, across the developing world. We estimate there's about 1,000 cities that are facing the same problems as Nairobi, which is, and it's sort of, good problems to have, right? They're growing fast, and they're developing, but at the same time, like a lot of the economic engine is in these cities, and so people are moving to cities, and so people are living in very overcrowded conditions, and these governments don't have that much money, and they're cash strapped and constrained. And so and so what we're trying to do is, what we're doing is creating a solution that we think is replicable for cities across the developing world. At this time, we're in Nairobi, but we're beginning to look at cities, other cities within Kenya and within East Africa over the next couple of years, but then have started to look in places in like South Asia too for our model. COVID-19 slowed things down a little bit, so it's always a little bit harder at this moment to think that big, but those plans are in the works. And I do think, for those of you looking at social, starting social enterprises, I think, we've been very disciplined about not expanding too quickly because you get stretched very thin, but and there's so much to learn about your model. But at the same time, we are always designing with a view to what it could take to, how do we actually get this to be serving 1 billion people rather than 100,000. And then to the second question about whether the government opposed our practices. So one of our biggest advocates now, his favorite story is that in 2012 he tried to shut us down when we were first starting, and part of that was just because we were a new entity on the block, and and people didn't know how to react. But we learned like a very valuable lesson there, which is that even though even though a lot of organizations claim to be working independent of government, when you're tackling social challenges, you're not too far from what the government is also working on also. And so, finding ways to be able to keep them aware, keep them informed of what you're doing is really, really important. And also, and governments hate being surprised. And so building that coalition of support and and awareness is really, really time well spent.
Great. Thanks so much. I just saw this question just got added by Sarah, and this is something I've definitely thought about as well. Do you think that circular sanitation solutions are needed for cities in the developed world as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's harder. Absolutely. And I think that we're starting to see, it does happen. It's not talked about as much, but, cities like in Milwaukee in the US, you have Milorganite. In Austin, Texas, you have Dillo Dirt. These are fertilizers that are being produced by the local utility. So they process the waste and they produce a nice rich fertilizer that's then sold in Home Depot and places like that. It happens, and it's not publicized as much because there's a certain PR and taboos around this, but it's very, very safe processes. And I think that and so to answer your question, partly it already is happening. The other is that cities are facing really significant challenges around landfill too. And so as they grow, people don't want lots of landfill because it's unsightly, it devalues property, all these reasons. But if you can get rid of your landfill by reusing that waste like that, that's great, and that's something that developed cities need to focus a lot more on.
Awesome. Thank you. Another question, which you talked about a bit at the beginning, but maybe you could dive a little further into, is how do you think about the trade-off of charging, even if it is lower than what would be the market rate, rather than using grant money to make your services free?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think it's a function of two things. One, I think that charging creates a very good customer supplier relationship. that the customers are willing to pay if you're providing good services, and if we hold that as a premise, I think that's really important. It's like the way that people can vote with their feet, as it were. And that keeps us disciplined. The other is that there's actually pretty finite amount of grant money, and so we don't. We're trying to solve this for 1 billion people, or more, many more. And if we have to get grant funding for every single person that we're serving on, like that, that's just not feasible, And so what we're trying to do is find ways to be as non-dependent on grant funding as possible, as well as so while grant money can make it free, in the short term, we think that it is something that that at scale it won't create a sustainable model.
Sure, absolutely. You also talked a little bit about this earlier, but I think this would be a cool thing to hear about head on here. Let me find this question. Do you have native Kenyans on the leadership team, and what role do local partners play? I guess those are two kind of different questions, but I know the answer, of course, to the first one is yes, and I'd love to hear more about that.
Sure. Yeah, no, so we do. On our leadership team, it's majority Kenyan, and most of our senior leaders, it's really interesting, and I think it's like a lot of similar stories to maybe, to maybe some people from the U.S. We have like one of our managing directors is a guy named Michael Loyello, who's been with us almost 8 years now, and he's from Nairobi. He studied in the UK, got an engineering degree at the University of Manchester, and then moved back, and then worked in the UK for a few years, but then decided to move back to Kenya. He went to work at a big corporate and was like miserable, and ended up quitting and eventually joining us, mostly really motivated of the social challenge we were trying to solve, but and that he was like putting his skills to use to serve his country better, and that's like a typical story that we hear, that lots of our teammates have, and we as a company are extremely committed to building local leadership, and that's not just like it's not like trainings or things like that. That's like presenting at board meetings. When I travel, I often travel with a Kenyan colleague, to gain exposure in what it means to be engaging with partners and really investing deeply in in all of the sort of maybe some of the softer skills that you develop that need to be developed for people to become like leaders of like what we hope becomes a multinational company. So yeah, and then local partners, they play very significant roles. It ranges from the government, of course, to who is like effectively the regulator, and supporter of our allows for businesses to operate, to various community organizations that we work with, often for like advocacy purposes around the rights for residents of informal settlements, to running behavior change campaigns or environmental awareness day events and things like that too. We try to create as open a wide a tent as possible. Also fundamentally recognizing, as I was alluding to in our presentation, that it's not just about sanitation. It's actually about economic, environmental, and social justice. And it's a much bigger topic than just toilets.
Absolutely, and maybe on that note too, I guess what I first comes to my mind when I see this second part of this question too is like, what specific types of organizations are you collaborating with within these communities? And I know, for example, I've heard of schools, of maybe religious organizations, things like that, and would love to hear you speak more about that.
Yeah, sure. So, well, in non-COVID times, we operate in about 200 schools. Here in Kenya, schools have all been shut down and continue to be shut down, and so that we paused operations there. And then we're also in a whole variety of religious, faith-based spaces, such as churches, and then also in healthcare centers and other community institutions too. We were and sometimes local government has like headquarters, and so we're often set up around there too. So we cast a wide net on where we're going to put the sanitation facilities, because just to think about another way to think about our goal is like, whenever you have, we often say, whenever the need, wherever the need, whenever the need, which is to say that people have to go to the bathroom, not just at home or not just at work, and so it's all sorts of places, and so we really focus on how we can saturate the community, and so we'll partner with civic organizations like that.
Awesome, thanks. I have 2 more questions queued up here, and we have about probably 7 or 8 more minutes, which I'm sure we'll be able to fill. Oh, and looks like someone else just asked another question, but I was just going to say, if anyone has any other questions, feel free to drop them in now. One that I really like here is a little more large scale. But if there's one thing you could change about Sanergy, what would it be?
Well, I mean, I always wish we could go faster. That is my job, I think, as one of the leaders, is like, how can we get this to go faster? I think that we, the way that people have viewed sewer systems, the way that people have viewed sewer systems is that there's this sort of gold standard view of it, that it is a perfect thing. But sewer systems are hugely problematic. They're extremely expensive to build, extremely expensive to maintain. They use a boatload of water that is like perfectly good water for much more important things than flushing a toilet. And we've come along now with a system that is playing the same role as sewers, right? In that the waste disappears, it gets safely transported, and it gets safely treated. And yet, when you talk to governments, they still think sewers first. And yet, even though their budgets don't align with that, and it's very often very difficult to install these systems. And so, my wish is that people could see, but sewers have had this incredible head start, and it is seen as this gold standard. And so my wish is that what we could do to get Sanergy, to get models like Sanergy's on par, as like just a viable solution that is, maybe you go this way, maybe you go that way, and you would not know as a resident which way you're going, because everything underneath is taken care of. And that's like, so that's the thing that I'm constantly thinking about and trying to solve for, that would make our life a lot easier. So.
Yeah, thank you. And then I just popped in this follow-up question to that one. What do you have any thoughts on? You kind of were talking about that already, but any more thoughts on sort of what slows you down pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that that's definitely, that definitely is what slows us down. And I think that, yeah, I think that like that, our ability, if we're, we've started to work with cities where, you're working outside of Nairobi, where you have quite progressive governments, and we see how much faster things can go when that's the case. And capital cities are always the most complicated places to work, right? There's always, even for those in the U.S., Washington D.C. is a very complicated place to work. So that's, but it also has the most talent of people, so as we start to look at other cities, we're starting to see that there are ways to go a lot faster with the coalition there. So.
Sure, absolutely. And from the same person giving you, one of our teammates actually, Somya, who I was speaking to the other day. She's actually from Nairobi, I believe, and she's talking about the physical architecture of drainage and sewage systems are expensive and hard to maintain in Kenya. Props to you for a non-sewage approach. Cool.
Thank you.
One,
and it's not just Kenya though. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Very fair. One question I had, and this is sort of a bigger picture question too, that I'm sure people would like to hear about, is what are some other social enterprises or movements that you've looked up to and have learned from in sanitation reuse space or beyond?
Yeah. Great. Yeah. So there's a bunch of social enterprises that I really admire. One of my favorites is the 1 Acre Fund, and the work that they've been able to do to work with smallholder farms across Africa. They're serving over 1 million farming families now with their model that does take similar market-based principles. We learned so much from them, and they really took us under their wing when we were starting too, which I've always been extremely appreciative of. So that's one in the ag sector. I think that in the sanitation reuse space, there's a lot of great organizations out there. There's a thing called the Container-Based Sanitation Alliance, which is like a lot of our peers in the space. So there's organizations like Soil in Haiti and Clean Team in Ghana that are doing similar approaches, and I always learn so much from them. And then in the reuse, and then similar in the reuse space, there's some cool companies here in Kenya. There's one called Mr. Green Africa. That's we actually share a business park with them, but what we're doing for sanitation and organic waste, they're doing for plastics waste. And they're going and they're actually managing to work with local waste collectors who they collect the plastic, who they pay for the plastics, and then they convert the plastic into a more valuable form that they're able to then sell. And so it's a really great innovative model too that I'm always learning from Kieran and the team there.
Great. And we had one follow-up question from Somya again that I'm going to post as your final parting question. And this is a great one, maybe a little tough one. Although an immediate problem that comes to mind with a non-sewage approach is dependency on the units you sell. How do you mitigate this? And ultimately, how do you help communities be self-sustainable?
Yeah, I think that if I'm answering this correctly, or answering to the question, that's always going to be a situation. So first of all, it's not selling; it's leasing, which I think is important because built into that leasing is the component of ensuring that the waste is being collected too. You're paying for the whole service, rather than us selling a toilet and then who knows what happens to the waste and how it's being managed after that. But in our growth, we actually did started out initially as as a sell model, where we were selling the whole asset up front. We realized that was not going to be able to last for people weren't I mean, people were buying, but it was a finite population that could afford that. And so into our model, we integrated, we adapted it to become like a SaaS model, like a sanitation as a service model, as we like to say. And so people are paying this monthly fee. And when we did it at this affordable, when we switched to that, it became much more affordable, and sales tripled on a monthly basis, like pretty much immediately. And what was nice is that with that, as we achieve saturation, that cost to deliver these services comes down. And as it comes down, we get closer to this becoming a self-sustaining operation. Or the amount that the government or philanthropy would cover gets reduced. So it's less. It makes it more affordable there. And our goal is to get to really, really significant levels of saturation, so that at some point, hopefully, it actually becomes close to self-sustaining in that way. And at a price point that people are paying that is very much within their budgets, and which they are willing and able to pay for.
Sure. Awesome. Well, that puts us just at about time for now. But thank you so much, David, for joining us. Thank you for addressing such an important problem so eloquently, and for the presentation, and for a long and engaging and interesting Q&A, in which I think we gained more viewers than we lost, which is a great metric. And thank you so much for joining us. And I'll talk to you soon.
Great. My pleasure, everybody. And thank you so much for your questions and for listening. Take care.
Alrighty, thanks everyone so much. We're going to take a couple-minute break, but coming up next, we have Deborah Quazzo, who's the founder and manager of GSV Advisors, a venture capital fund that focuses on education and learning technology. And that'll be an especially cool talk to hear in our COVID-19 times. Talk to you soon. All righty, everyone. Really excited. That was an awesome talk from David Auerbach, one of the founders of Sanergy. I was just thinking to myself, now we've gone from Nebraska to Kenya and now back to, I think, Chicago is where our next speaker, Deborah Quazzo, is currently located. So I'm going to add Deborah now. How's it going?
I'm great, Alex. How are you? Sorry.
Good.
Sorry for my cat. You may see her a little bit.
Oh, no.
She's quite possessive.
Do not apologize. We're a very cat-friendly environment here.
That's excellent.
Yeah, awesome to have you. Austin, really excited to hear you speak. If you maybe just want to tell us a little bit about yourself, and then feel free to start sharing your screen and jump in.
Absolutely. So I have been a long time investment banker and then became a very active angel investor, and really over the last 20 plus years have been singularly focused in the area of education innovation, education technology. I became quite passionate about the need for the education sector to be accelerated by the introduction of technology, given just sort of pervasive societal achievement gaps and skills gap as you move into the workforce, skills gaps. So today we have a platform. We have 2 venture funds, GSV Ventures Fund 1, and now we're halfway through raising Fund 2. We have investments in companies that some folks may have heard of, like Coursera and Class Dojo, and you might have used Course Hero when you were in college. Sorry, my cat just plant herself right in front of me. We've got a free Photo Math, which is a pretty fantastic company out of Zagreb, Croatia. But anyway, our focus is on platform companies that can achieve really tremendous scale, and we do that through our fund. We also have we're co-hosts of an event called the ASU GSV Summit. We were very fortunate to partner with Arizona State University 12 years ago when it was not obvious how important Arizona State was becoming in the global landscape of innovative and important universities. But we had spent a little time with Michael Pro, the president, who is now one of the 100 most important people in the world, is listed by different rankings. And so we partnered with them the last 12 years, really producing this event, which in a normal world of non-COVID, we would have done live in San Diego in the spring, but we're doing virtually coming up September 29th through October 1st and October 8th. So what I plan to do was sort of really go through what we've seen in COVID. The education technology space had been moving along very nicely. The companies in our portfolio had grown, had seen terrific growth, making real impact on students. We're particularly glad today our portfolio reaches over 185 million students globally, which is really quite stunning when you think about it. And then COVID hit, and just we of course are well aware of all the devastation in our socially and economically and everything else. But in the education technology was moved to the front, and with the 1.6 billion going online to learn remotely. The good and the bad of today, the state of education technology today became really obvious to pretty much everyone, and so it's been an interesting moment. And so what I was going to I'll try to page through it quickly, but give everybody a sense for what is really what has happened in the. Let's see if I can find my. Oh, I can't. I actually don't see the. Hold on, I'm gonna have to find my screen. I'm gonna have to go back and pull up the file. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can get the file back up. But anyway, otherwise I'll go through it verbally. But we've just seen this incredible movement of folks, online, and which has created an incredible headwinds or tailwinds for the sector, which is quite exciting. So let's see, try this one more time. No, it's not coming up for some reason. What am I trying to Chrome tab? It's not coming up. Why don't I verbally walk through it?
Is it your? Do you have a presentation in like preview or something like that?
I had it. Yeah, it was in. I just opened it, so it should be showing up in the application window, but I don't see it in the application.
You click share screen down here at the.
No, that's what I did.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not seeing it. But what, you know what? I can.
If you'd like to have someone email it to me, I can try sharing it.
Okay. I'll have Carrie do that. Hold on 1 second.
But of course, you can get started. So.
Yeah. I can do it. I can do it verbally.
Cool.
Hold on 2 seconds. But here, I mean, the basic story here is we had with COVID, we've literally had 1.6 billion people go instantly online with online learning, as we like to say. It threw people into the deep end and of an experiment that was happening. And so there were some universities, for example, that were all in on online learning, and were incredibly prepared for the onslaught of going remote. And then there were universities that were not remotely prepared, and they have struggled, and they've had to deal with both the struggle of moving online, teaching teachers, faculty how to teach online, as well as sort of all the financial repercussions that have been caused by the fact that students had to go home and that they needed refunds on housing and things like that. So incredible pressure put on the higher education segment. What we're seeing is that the total addressable market, we saw the same pressures in the K-12 market, clearly looking just around the US. I'm sure you all read stories. There were districts like Miami-Dade that were fully prepared and equipped to go online. They did it on a dime. They had devices. They had broadband agreements with providers for students. They have a very low income student base. And despite that, they were able to go on very smoothly. That was not a typical occurrence. It was actually pretty atypical of the experience. And so what we've seen is a great variability in the move to remote learning. And so that's has elevated to the front of the line the issues of the accountability that needs to take place in terms of everyone, K-12 schools, higher education, and for that matter, workforce being prepared to deliver digital learning to their students and employees going forward. So we think it's an enormous opportunity for entrepreneurs coming out of all of this. I think one of the things that we expect to see, and we're just making our first investment here, is that there are a lot of young parents who are technologically very facile, who are sitting at home watching their kids learn online not so well, and we're pretty convinced that there will be a whole host of new companies developed out of this. We're just pretty excited about backing a very successful ed tech entrepreneur who built a very large company and sold it, and he has developed a really unique technology, taking building on the Zoom SDK that allows you're gonna take me up, here you go, that allows teachers and faculty to go on and teach on Zoom in a way that closely replicates what actually happens in a live classroom, which is clearly not the case in a flat Zoom environment. Yeah, I'll go through. Thanks.
Sorry. Yeah, let me know.
Yeah. I'll just I'll breathe and you can move it. But so basically, the global learning TAM is about a $7 trillion full market. That's not the technology market. That's the full market, including physical education, moving to $9 trillion in 2024. So it's a huge sector. And keep going there. Well, next, yeah, and this is the digital piece of it. The digital piece around 160 billion, heading to 330 billion in 2024. We think that has been really, and BC is our term for before Corona. We call it BC to AD, the dawn of the age of digital learning. So before Corona to after disease. And what you're going to see in the move from BC to AD, the acceleration in that total addressable market has been quite precipitous. Okay, do the next. Yeah, so as we think about it in the before Corona environment, we had a very traditional layout. You guys know it, 18 to 22-year-olds. Traditionally, you think about traditional classrooms, traditional higher ed students, dorms, physical facilities, et cetera. After disease, we're going to see many habits will have been built around digital learning. We'll see a whole lot of peer-to-peer learning online, et cetera. So pretty radical change that we anticipate coming out of COVID. Go next, yeah. And we actually look at the e-commerce, the growth in the e-commerce market and its penetration to actually create the paradigm for us as we think about how rapidly the digital education market will grow. You saw the penetration there go from 2 to 11% from 2004 to 2019, and we overlay that on the digital education market. Let me do the next one. So as we look at it, before Corona, we were actually estimating that online education would be $1 trillion category by 2034, and now as we reforecast that, you can go hit the next one, Alex. We actually look at that pulling back to 2027. We expect it to hit $1 trillion, and because Corona hasn't. All what Corona has really done is just compress the timeline. It was a natural progression that was happening anyway, and it's just compressed the timeline. As you say, the future is accelerated to the present. We'll keep going. Yeah. And what we've seen in the Corona era here is that companies like Coursera have seen really extraordinary accelerations in enrollment. Their new enrollments are up 15 times. They saw enrollments in April up 644% year over year, and over 9,500. Coursera for Campus is an offering where they go in and help universities move online in sort of an in-the-box solution. That business went from really a standing start almost in January to 9,500 campuses. Whoops, we're back, yeah. And then, just an incredible number of students here on Coursera. Coursera should actually have over 70 million students by the end of the year. As you can see all the stats. It's something we call weapons of mass instruction, which was historically with education, the traditional delivery of education in a broadcast model, it was really impossible to get network effects. And what we're seeing here, really pre-COVID, but accelerated by COVID, is many companies achieving huge network effects. Coursera being certainly a poster child for that, but that's hence our title of weapons of mass instruction. And this is just some of the universities that they are working with. UPenn actually is doing the first ever online degree by an Ivy League college. You can get your CS Masters online at Penn, far lower cost, and do it in your own time in a cohort-based model. Very compelling offering, obviously, lots of great campus partners. ClassDojo is another company just to talk about quickly, and out of our portfolio, it's a K-12 company. For any of you who are familiar, we loved it immediately. It's the two founders, Sam Chowdhury and Liam. They developed a platform where you go into class, each child has an avatar, and the idea is the teachers use it throughout the day to send positive messaging. And the radical idea they had was this concept of sending positive messaging. Schools can be a negative environment. It has incredible adoption by teachers. Their user base is over 60 million teachers, students, and parents globally. And what they saw in COVID was a 25 times increase. They were already quite a large company, well over 50 million users, but they've seen a 25 times increase in usage in COVID, 5 times, which is the result of a 5 times increase in engagement and a 5 times increase in signups. So really being used effectively. We can probably, bounce through that one. We just look quickly at a lot of mega trends that are affecting the education sector, which we're very optimistic about. I mean, we've got really serious issues to solve with education, and as we like to say that our real objective here is that all people have equal access to the future, and we think education innovation is really a critical component of that. And in kind of trying to get at that through our investment approach, we look at a whole lot of trends and themes. One of them is something we call accelerated learning, and we have a couple of investments there. Photomath being a really good example. What Photomath does is, if you haven't used it, you use your phone, you hover your phone over a math problem, and in seconds, the artificial intelligence behind Photomath, combined with their OCR technology in the phone, you'll have an answer to your problem in seconds. And if that was all it did, you'd be cheating, and that wouldn't be helpful because you wouldn't have learned the lesson. But what it also does is it peels back and it starts from the point at which the student was stuck, and it walks them step by step through how to get to the correct answer. We think applying emerging technologies like AI and NLP and all the whole variety of things to accelerate learning is a really critical, a really important development, so that students can be more efficient and get to the right place more quickly. I talked about AI. Hollywood Meets Harvard. We won't go slug through all of these guys. Already talked about weapons of mass instruction, but Hollywood Meets Harvard is another favorite of ours, in that we've been talking about this for a while. When education originally went online, it was basically taking a bunch of PDFs and throwing them up online. It was nothing. It was certainly nothing inspiring, and it was nothing engaging, and it was really taking textbooks and just moving them into a internet format. Today, we're seeing all kinds of entrepreneurs creating all kinds of engaging content, using Hollywood type approaches to creating that content. Masterclass is probably the poster child of that theme. We were a small investor in Masterclass in our first fund, where they took superstars from Serena Williams to Steph Curry to Steve Martin, and did incredible. If you haven't taken a course, you should take one. They're really great. Incredible production value in delivering lessons around their professional expertise. And we've since, in our second fund, invested in a co-founder of Masterclass, a guy named extraordinary guy named Aaron Rasmussen, started a company called Outlier, and Aaron's mission is to disrupt higher education and deliver very high quality learning experience at very low cost. So what he did was he took, Aaron actually ran the production at Masterclass, so has deep expertise around both the technology and production, and he is producing Hollywood level videos for things like calculus, if you can imagine that. And if you actually go on and their website and look at the teasers, it actually makes you want to take calculus again, which is remarkable. But what Aaron has done is he's selected incredible educators from Yale and MIT and Davidson and a whole host of places, and is delivering courses like calculus and statistics and astronomy and psychology, really the first 2 years effectively of a typical college experience, and highly engaging. They're asynchronous videos, but then there's synchronous activity, peer-based activities on Slack and elsewhere, and so far have had a very early company, but very high completion rates and very high academic results, all for $400 a course, which is about 20% of the cost of a typical course. So we're very excited about this theme, and very excited about entrepreneurs who are taking advantage of it to create better outcomes for students. All right. Yeah, this is, we know this lifelong learning is here to stay. I think everybody realizes this at this point. In the old days, and you would play, learn, take a job, and retire. Today, you play, you learn, and you learn, and you learn, and you learn throughout your job. And we've made a number of investments in the lifelong learning space. This is just showing the growth of the higher ed student market today. It's actually declining in the U.S. Interesting. I mean, just demographically, it's declining, as it is in a number of developing countries. But outside of the highly developed countries, there's actually an explosion in higher education demand. That, of course, is it would be impossible to meet that kind of demand through the deployment of physical facilities. So that's also driving a huge demand side for education technology and digitally driven higher education. Already talked about weapons of mass instruction. We'll go to the next, and Hollywood Meets Harvard. We actually think Hamilton is actually quite a great example of a great way to take history online with in their digital format. Oh, and I just talked about Outlier, so we can skip through that. And we talked about that too, which is my partner Michael Moe calls this robo-ed. I call it accelerated learning. It's the same thing, but we really do think we've got a number of investments here. A company called Quillbot here in Chicago, a company called Course Hero, which is also deploying data science and AI to accelerate student success and help support students as they look to get to outcomes faster. We already talked about photomath. When I do it off the top of my head, I guess I covered first. Yeah, you can keep it. This is just showing, again, we think the application of VR and AR has some really interesting possibilities in the education market. It has been certainly has been accelerated by COVID. You'll see across healthcare education, because people were not able to meet physically. There had actually, prior to COVID, been restrictions, regulatory restrictions on the amount of AR and VR that could be incorporated into medical education courses. Things like that have sort of been blown through by COVID, and I think creating all kinds of opportunities for these technologies as we go forward in education. And then there's a huge, this existed before, and the need to reskill and upskill the American and the global workforce, importantly the global workforce, was something that was already a huge drumbeat coming into COVID, certainly with the layoffs and that have occurred globally in the pandemic, where the pressures of the need to reskill the entire global workforce are beating ever more loudly. So I think we'll hit the next one. I think we'll talk a little bit. Yeah, this is something this is an investment thing we call higher ed, as opposed to the other form, which is that education has got to lead to a better career outcome. This is a company that we've invested, Guild Education. We've invested in our second fund. It's run by an extraordinary entrepreneur pictured here, Rachel Carlson. And what Rachel's done is actually she's become the middleware where she's connecting online universities with corporations like Walmart, Chipotle, and Disney, and others. And she's helping them use existing tuition reimbursement and tuition assistance plans to actually educate frontline workers. So it's workers when we reopened Disneyland, it's the workers working in the parks, it's the workers working in the stores at Walmart, et cetera. And it's generally low skill workers, and helping them upskill through education. So it's high school equivalency, it's college degrees, and it's all kinds of certificates. And it's a very rapidly growing company. It's only a 4-year-old company, and it's now worth well over $1 billion, and on its way to, I think, much higher than that. And this is just some of the customers that Guild has. And on the other side, they are connecting these corporations to these online universities. And they call it education as a benefit. So it's cool. And this is just quickly go through this as another example. David, an entrepreneur, wonderful entrepreneur named David Blake, who we backed before in building a company called Degreed in the enterprise. Learn-in is just another approach to helping facilitate more learning in the enterprise and helping employees and corporations financially support a deeper learning agenda within the business site. Yeah, upskilling as a service, exactly. We think the way we think about it is we call it return on education, and we think that the greatest financial returns will be with situations where we are driving the highest return on education, which means we're increasing access, we're lowering cost of education, and we're improving outcomes for students, and that's how we think about the investments that we make. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. And as we said, we think that a return on education drives a high financial return on our investments. We think they're inextricably linked, which we think is good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex, for your assistance on my failed share.
Of course, glad to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think we got plenty of time for a Q&A here. And one question that I was thinking of, that I guess was thinking of before the presentation, here, let me get rid of your banner here, so we can see our names. So one question I was thinking of before the presentation is, I think there's at least for me and my family, and I think for a lot of people, I've heard the dinner table discussion of I have nobody in my family who's elementary school or even high school age, but of sending kids back to school at this time. And what you hear a lot of the time is that the students who most need to be sent in person have the least ability to learn online, and vice versa. So people who come from really well-funded public school districts or really, really good private schools actually maybe don't need, but can learn better online. And I'm wondering if you're working on anything, or if you've been talking to anyone about solving that issue and increasing online learning for those who most need, or for whom
I think that
accessible.
one of the potential silver linings of COVID is that the digital divide is something that has always been there, and for folks working in the trenches, they've known it. And so we talk about, and I think what's frustrating to me is, and so I think what COVID has done is elevate the fact that this divide, I mean, I think people thought they solved it, and the reality, it's not remotely solved. And I think it's not. We did get broadband access into schools, and that was solved. But we haven't gotten on a pervasive basis at home. And I think what the elevation of this issue, and the fact that, and it's funny because everybody calls it remote learning. The reality is it's home learning. And the fact is, whether you have COVID or you don't have COVID, low income kids are not given, do not have on a 100% basis, do not have the ability to learn at home digitally because of device issues, because of broadband access issues. And so I think that's not so much a commercial, I'm not sure there's gonna be a commercial solution to that. I think that what you're gonna see is a real effort on the part of government, both state, local, and federal, to really tackle this. Wi-Fi is should be access to broadband, and Wi-Fi should be a universal right. You shouldn't have to go park in the parking lot of your local high school to get access to Wi-Fi, which, as you probably have watched some of the newspaper stories of all the people parking in parking lots, trying to tap into the Wi-Fi so they can keep working. That just is not fair. So I think we will have a big effort coming, both through all of the funding efforts that are happening. So I'm actually quite optimistic that this will just sort of create another push to make sure that we have all students having access to being able to learn at home, and whether that's home while you've got COVID, or home because you're at home because it's the weekend or the evening and you'd like to be able to work at home. So I think there's a lot of very positive pressure on that issue, and that will then kind of benefit everything else downstream. I think that one of the bigger issues too with going online, I talked about this company that we're investing in, is that if you read the articles, and is that students are kind of going to school 2 hours a day, right? Because teachers can only lecture, teachers don't stand in front of students and lecture for 6 hours straight in the K-12 system. It's just not, no one would be awake. It would be, it's not what is going to keep anybody engaged. So this concept that we have students only learning 2 hours a day and then kind of going onto their own devices, and some probably, doing well and some not, is crazy. And so that's what we're excited about, the company I described earlier, because they're creating a software that's going to allow teachers to take role, to sort of sort students, put them into groups where they can go off and solve in different groups, solve homework problems, do quizzes, have interactivity, actually have private conversations with students in the way that they would pull out a student in a physical class to go have a separate conversation. So I think the more that we can see technology replicate the richness of a strong in-person environment, the better and the more engaging it's going to be. Because I think right now the risk we've got is that this is a lot of months of learning loss. So if students are not getting the experience they need, people talk about summer melt all the time, that kids leave for 2 months and the academic gains they've had during the prior year melt away. So they have to start at a lower level when they come back in the fall. Imagine what the melt looks like for students having had a bad experience online and having had to go online in March and probably not coming back physically until January or later. So we got to solve this. I think there are a lot of people looking to solve that, but I think the access is critical. I think that that is being addressed aggressively. And then I think better software and better professional development for teachers and faculty is another piece of this too, to make sure everyone's a very highly efficacious online teacher.
Sure, absolutely. I like this question I'm seeing here in the chat that I'm going to post, is that obviously, online learning hasn't yet come close to the in-person experience, and most still prefer in-person instruction. I don't know. First off, that first part, if you'd want to push back on that, it's a given. But the second being, what are the key obstacles before online is the primary mode of learning? And or my follow-up to that would be, are you arguing for online as the primary mode of learning?
Yeah, I am not. I think I think we believe, strongly in blended learning. And I think that, and actually the statistics in higher education would suggest that there's a high level of satisfaction amongst higher education students with online learning generally. And I think that's been building each year. The numbers have gotten better in terms of student satisfaction with online learning. And of course, there are a lot of pure online experiences. Arizona State has a huge, over 25,000 students purely online. Southern New Hampshire has over 100,000 students online, as does Western Governors, et cetera. So there are lots of universities that today, think about higher ed, that are delivering fantastic academic and career outcomes for people in a much more convenient way. And it's easier to see that in higher ed because you've got a lot of folks who may be working and they don't have the luxury of taking 4 years off and go living in a dorm and having a marching band. They don't need that. They actually just need to get better so they can get a better job. So you've got a lot of online providers delivering very strong educational outcomes for that. And by the way, today, which most people don't know, the majority of higher education students in the U.S. today are non-traditional, or not 18 to 22 anymore. So what we're really seeing is higher education becoming a working adult phenomenon, which is a good thing, because the other thing people don't realize is only about 30% of the U.S. population has a college degree. And in fact, more and more pressure that bigger chunks of the population need something. So I think that to your point, that's why we focus on things like Hollywood meets Harvard on this question, is that learning online has got to be engaging. It's got to also be and blended can be in lots of different formats. Blended can actually be online. So, Outlier that I described has this very active and engaged Slack channel for every course. So students are in constant interaction amongst themselves and faculty, the faculty instructor and the TAs. So I think there are all kinds of ways to make sure, a flat delivery where you're just, a broadcast model online is totally agree, is not great. But, Khan Academy Saul Khan has shown that lots of the flipped classroom of being able to watch Saul's videos at night and then coming in and doing more hands-on work in the classroom, rather than having teachers lecture in the classroom, have it actually be project-based work. So I think there are all kinds of really productive ways that that online is being blended with physical experiences or with more interactive online experiences to make it better. And I would think in 10 more years, we will have a much better look at what makes for really, really engaging and efficacious online learning. And I think the most work needs to happen in the K-12 system. I think it's rapidly evolving in higher education.
Sure. And I guess one question that goes more towards the higher education portion of this previous question, which someone just asked, is do you see college degrees becoming less of a requirement for the workforce in favor of coding boot camps or other less formal learning environments? How far off is this in the future? Yeah,
I actually think that there was a Kaplan did a really funny before COVID poll actually of millennials. Or it might have been Gen Z, but it was they were choosing between a Harvard degree and a Google Coursera certificate, and or whatever could have been a Google from whomever, but and overwhelmingly students chose, or the young people chose the Google certificate, and which I just thought was wonderful, right? I mean, so I think it indicates that generationally we're becoming much more agile in our thinking about what education really means and how it relates to what we want to be doing professionally. College degrees are not going to go away. I think we will see coming out of COVID, the financial pressure is going to, the United States has roughly 4,400 universities today. The estimation is that somewhere between 20 and 30% of them will be consolidated or go out of business, just because the financial pressures of COVID are going to be too much. They don't have the endowments they need. They would have needed to support the cost that COVID has put on them, et cetera. So we're going to have a consolidation of the sector. But in general, I think they will be an interesting complement. And as I said earlier, since they only really impact 30% of the population today, we have 70% of the population in the US that needs some form of certificate, ongoing certificates, higher education, and the HIRE education version. So I think, whether it's boot camps, sure, boot camps are great, but there are all other kinds of, universities are actually partnering out of their extension schools with companies like there's a company called Trilogy that comes in and does all kinds of boot camps to help working adults come into extension schools and get further certificates. So I think the degrees are not going away. I think the acceptance by employers of non-degree credentials is gone like this. And I think it was already heading like this before COVID. I think COVID is probably just taken it even further. And I think that's great. And I think the movement, the way universities, in my view, can survive as a group, forgetting the sort of the top 20%, they've got to address the older adult population, because that's actually where the numbers are today. With declining demographics, you really, to have a robust student body, you've got to address working adults. Alex, we lose you?
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
Sorry about that. I've got this new Mac where if you click the top in any way, sometimes it refreshes, even when you don't want it to.
Yeah.
Apologies. It sounded like you had just finished that one up.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, sorry about that. Great. So here's another. I saw this question in the chat, and I think this sort of gets at more of the big picture of like private investment in education technology, things like that. So Aaron asks, the pessimistic narrative towards private investment is one of investors driving their own agenda, of course, naturally. This is high risk, especially with education investment. What are your thoughts? Yeah,
I think that it's interesting. I can actually show you one really good example. If you compare our view, we have to kind of give you the way we think about investment is we're not an impact fund because to us, impact funds historically have inferred that you need longer time horizon for success, and you need lower financial hurdles. And we always were concerned that in that definition, you were inherently defining a company that was not going to have enough impact. So if it takes a company 10 years to get to 20 million of revenue and affect X number of students, then it's not had the impact it could have had has not optimized impact to students. So start with that. Second, we think about 5 things, which is people first, foremost, and everything. We're minority investors. We don't run these companies. It's got to be the people team is everything. Product, of course, potential, predictability, and then purpose. So from our perspective, we actually believe companies with purpose are going to have higher financial returns, and that is particularly true in the education space. I think that it is. So I believe that it as long as everybody's aligned in the same direction, in that we are here to make the highest impact on the most number of students with high efficacy, that you don't have a risk of ending up in different places. And that may be different if you think about things from a private equity perspective versus a venture perspective. But we believe we are highly aligned with the entrepreneur, and you have to be highly aligned with the entrepreneurs around their objective of having a highly efficacious product delivered to the most people. It's interesting if you actually look at edX versus Coursera. I'm obviously biased. We're an investor in Coursera, but they were founded at exactly the same time, one in a not-for-profit model and one in a for-profit model. And edX is an amazing organization, but Coursera will be roughly 72 million addressable learners at the end of the year. And I think, edX will be about a third of that. So it's been much more it's been difficult in a not-for-profit structure to have the kind of rapid impact as a platform, and we think only about platform companies, and because it's just created different stresses and dynamic, constraints logically, because not-for-profit companies also need funding. It's just a different, it's sort of a different version of funding. So I hear you, but I think that it is incumbent on the entrepreneur and the investors. Again, we're venture investors, so it's always be minority investors, to be completely aligned on mission and the objectives of having very high impact on learners. And I think the other thing that's important, which is not always true of education, is back to this ROE concept we have, is we've got to be focused on outcomes. I think historically there have been education companies that just, frankly, the big publishers, you could just put product out there. It was, you could drive them out with very large sales forces. And there was really very little way to prove the efficacy of a product, of a book, right? As things have become more digital, it's much easier to gauge efficacy. So, interestingly, as we've moved from physical to digital, holding people accountable for actually a product that works and is going to make a difference in the learning arc of a student, of whether that pre-K to gray, that's become a lot more transparent in a digital environment.
Sure. Awesome. I have another question from Aaron here. Why is college so expensive, and what are the developments that might reverse this trend? I'm sure
it's insane. Let's start with that. And I think that I think there's certainly a lot of pressure coming out of this current environment. I mean, it was already pressure before COVID. COVID's certainly put more pressure on it. All the polls that have been, there's going to be a huge deferral of college by the current generationally right now. And that's going to put more financial pressure to bring down costs. So you've already seen different universities bring down the sticker price. So I think that's good. And then I think entrepreneurs help. So if you, I apologize, I sound like Johnny One Note, I know, but the outlier company I described with a $400 cost per credit, he can actually save a student $20,000 or $30,000 versus a public university or a private university in a typical setting if you take your first 2 years of courses in that format. So I think there are going to be all kinds of entrepreneurs putting pressure on universities to bring in the cost structure and to bring in the pricing of their product. Coursera actually is another good example. They did their online business school at the University of Illinois. They partnered with the University of Illinois to do an online business school. University of Illinois had so much success with the online business school. They were so pleased with it. They actually closed their physical business school to move only online with Coursera, because they were getting all these students who really would never have physically come to Champaign, but they were delighted to be online, getting the extraordinary brand value of the University of Illinois imprimatur. And the cost is like $15,000 a year compared to Harvard Business School at over $100,000 a year at this point. So I think I'm a believer in the power of entrepreneurs coming in and putting pressure on the system. In the education system, you're like the healthcare system. Frankly, it's unique in that you're dealing with both private and public players, and they mash up in good and I think constructive ways, sometimes not constructive ways, but I think often in constructive ways. So I think there are lots of very good pressures on, and then there's a disaggregation. There are people actually pulling out the pieces, so you don't, it's no longer this monolithic four-year experience. We did another investment in a company called Verdo Education, where you take an accredited freshman year abroad at a much lower cost, and you've been pre-accepted to your university. And they have universities like William and Mary and other great names like that who are their partners that pre-accept these students into the sophomore year, but allow them to dramatically drive down the cost of their freshman year. So I think there are all kinds of clever things that are going to be constructed like that to try to help take down the 4-year average cost of an educational experience, and it's all very healthy because the cost needs to come down.
Sure, absolutely. One question I had as someone who's not a coder or software engineer is how do you see the role of online and alternative education developing within the humanities, history, social sciences, et cetera, versus maybe more common subjects in that space like computer or data science? So meaning more commonly taught online.
Yeah, and actually, if you look at those courses are, if you look at Coursera or edX or any those guys, players like that are partnered with universities, right? You actually, those topics are all taught. They may not have the same student body enrollment that the CS program does or the data sciences program, but there are some really extraordinary courses taught in the arts and et cetera. So I think that it is out there. I think there's a little bit, when you get into higher education, it's a little bit about what is the career alignment of those courses, and driving some of the enrollment into those courses. But we're actually seeing an interesting, talk about our investment portfolio, but we're an investor in a company called CLI Studios, for example, that is digitally delivering the K-12 market dance instruction. So it's everything from Twitch on the hip hop side through classical ballet. It's beautiful. Hollywood meets Harvard, beautiful cinematic delivery of the courses, and then students get engaged in very live time interactions with both the teachers and other students. And so I think we'll be, as online education gets better, to the earlier question, as it gets better and the delivery of it gets better, I think we'll begin to see more of the arts pulled in. I mean, it's a great format to teach the humanities or to teach history or to be able to bring things to life. There's some actually very cool interactive history courses, actually, both in higher ed and K-12, that have been created. So they're out there. I think the thing that gets the most play certainly is the data sciences and the computer science and the AI and all the sort of things that are probably perhaps most topical from a high-paying job perspective, but actually there's a lot of good content in the humanities and the history and social sciences, which are getting better.
Absolutely. I have this question that kind of follows up on what you were talking about before in GSV Ventures not being a particularly impact fund, and please correct me as you see fit the language, but it is fair to say that maybe you are alternative or not the traditional venture fund. And if you had any advice for college students in general who are looking to break into that space, whether it's investing in social enterprise or investing in or doing impact investing or like ed tech investing, things like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And what I was saying is that we don't call ourselves an impact fund on the one hand, because we worry that suggests that you need a longer time, you need a longer time horizon and a lower performing, historically,
Sure.
it has inferred that it's more patient capital. And so we're trying to, I guess we're a market-based fund, but however, we are extremely impact focused. So every one of our companies, we would not invest in a company that we did not expect to have an incredible impact on the delivery of learning at scale. And so that's kind of how we think about it. The great thing is there are so many wonderful options for getting into social impact investing today, and in so many different categories, whether it's green tech or ed tech or other areas. There are many funds in the impact investing and foundation. There's a huge, obviously, people like the Gates Foundation, the Walden Foundation, and others in the education world are so active in the impact arena. I think you need to be passionate about the sector. You need to be if it's something like an impact venture fund, you need to be passionate about companies and what makes companies work and what makes them successful and what kind of we call it. You need to be kind of a company junkie. You need to be sort of fascinated by what makes a company tick and what makes it stand out and most successful and high impact. And that, of course, starts with the quality the entrepreneur themselves. So I think that there there are lots of opportunities to go into impact investing, both on the for-profit and not-for-profit side today. There's lots of local opportunities. Depending on which city you're in, I'm in Chicago. We have a massive citywide commitment to social impact investing by all kinds of philanthropies, as well as families who've made huge commitments to an effort like that. And that just depending on the area. So I think that the good news is there are lots of choices, and you just need to develop a real interest and, frankly, a real expertise around. You can walk in and say, this is what I'm good at. I really understand how companies tick and what makes a great one, and blah blah blah.
Absolutely, thank you. We have about 5 more minutes now. Probably time for 2 more questions or so. I saw this one as a pretty important one, that on the website you have a Black Lives Matter banner. What actions has GSV Ventures taken to support the BLM movement? Both, I would ask, before
absolutely
sort of the injustices that have come to light, especially this summer, and then
absolutely
after that as well.
Yeah, so we've been, we actually have been long committed to the power of women and the power of diversity. And we've actually primarily pulled that through. In fact, our portfolio, over half of the investments in our second fund are companies that were founded and or led by women and people of color. And I think that was about the same in the first fund as well. So we've been very committed as investors and to backing, and to some degree, we also see a lot more of a lot more diversity in the companies that because I think they are attracted by the fact that we're diverse, and certainly in terms of because there are the representation of women running venture capital funds is in the single digits, right? So I think we're fortunate, and we see a lot of really talented people of color and women in both. So and we've been very very active backing incredible entrepreneurs who are diverse. We've also, through this ASU GSV Summit that I described up front, we have, which has been going on now for 12 years, we have always had a huge focus on equity and access. And so we run a Power of Women series of events and awards, and we Innovators of Color. We've been partnered with the Gates Foundation for a number of years to make sure we bring a representative group of diverse entrepreneurs to our event, that they have a great experience, and that we have we have the right people at the table. Because if we don't have a diverse representation in the conversation around education and innovation, then we're never gonna get to the right solutions. Then specifically, when all this happened, when George Floyd's murder, and then all the activity, important activity after that, we convened 3 different conversations, and we did this in consultation with our partners at the ASU GSV Summit, which includes a whole host, a wide range of people of color and organizations who are very committed around access and racial equity. And it was pretty cool. The first conversation, it was sort of a conversation amongst the elders. It was a very serious elders from the Black community. So we had Henry Hips from the Gates Foundation moderated, and we had Howard Fuller, who was just an icon in the education movement, had been a Lifetime Achievement Award winner from us years ago. And we had Mahalia Hines, whose Commons mother was a longtime wildly successful principal here in Chicago, member of the Chicago Public School Board, extraordinary human, dear friend, Phyllis Lockett, and Michael Sorrell, who's the president of Paul Quinn, the HBCU in Texas that he has turned around and radically restructured. So we had a very serious, not easy, to prepare for, and a very serious conversation amongst the elders. And as part of the commitment coming out of that, we made a commitment that we would have a similar conversation between white leadership. So we had Carlos Watson then host a conversation with Arnie Duncan, Penny Pritzker, Carol Quillen, the president of Davidson, and I forget who the fourth, Chip Posick, the CEO of 2U. So we promised we would have, and Carlos is the CEO of Aussie Media, and a real leader in in the Black community, and an extraordinary human. So it was a great conversation among white leaders, and then we also committed to have a conversation amongst the young leaders of the BLM movement from the education space. So we had a fantastic conversation, very candid, authentic, transparent conversation amongst younger leaders from who were both education innovators, but also are actively participating in the Black Lives Matter movement, and that was fantastic. So that we will continue that. We have another series coming up in the fall, and we're actually just working on what we're going to do around a truth and reconciliation strand for that. So yeah, we're very serious about doing the right thing. Oh, I remember. Yeah. No, anyway. Yeah.
No, that was thank you so much for answering.
More than what you wanted to hear.
I was just going to say a 5-minute answer to that question is definitely more valuable than maybe including one more question and stretching us over into our next slot, so that we might finish up on that note. But thank you so much, Deborah, for a really awesome range of information. And I'm sure everyone else does as well, as I can tell by the unanswered questions that we have.
Okay.
So
awesome.
Thanks so much, and I hope you have an awesome weekend. Alrighty, cool. Thanks again so much to Deborah Quazzo. We have Kathy Pham coming up next in about 5 minutes. Everyone just sit tight, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm so honored and excited to welcome our next speaker, Kathy Pham. Kathy is a product leader and computer scientist, and she has worked in tech in many spaces, from for-profits like Google and IBM, nonprofits like Mozilla, as well as in civic space such as at the White House. I'm beyond honored to invite her, and Kathy, why don't we get started?
Hi, everyone. It's weird to speak to a void. I think I'm told that you all can add comments as we go along, so please go ahead and add that, and I'll check in with you. So I decided to treat this time together as tea time and chat with Kathy, where we shed some real talk on what it's like to build products in different sectors. And as I was talking to Erin, I had asked what was the primary audience of this community, and it sounded like most of you all are students and most of you are studying computer science, but also other fields as well. So for the most part, I'll be talking a little bit to myself from many years ago. And super excited to tell you more about this idea of building products, honoring expertise, and this concept that I really internalized from the Equity by Design framework of making the invisible visible as we build tech products in the world. And many of you are going to go into tech careers. That's probably why you're here. You're interested in some form of tech for good or tech for impact or tech for the public interest. I think in all my years, I've seen it dubbed so many different things. I remember over a decade ago, the term computing for good came under fire because, people were like, well, all of us do computing for good. Do you think that your computing is better? And I affect billions of people too. And I think that piece always stuck with me because it was a recognition that a lot of people go into our field because we want to do something to change the world or to impact people. And when I graduated, people went to Google because people felt like that was the place to make the most change. And now we're in a place where we recognize that, maybe some of the companies have had missteps, or maybe even within the best intent, we end up with products that cause harm. And I think that's where I really, really want to get to the heart of how do we build products in the best interest with a more responsible lens. And for me, if there's two things that you really, really take with you, it's thinking about honoring expertise and think about making the invisible visible. And I also just want to recognize that these are insane times. I do a couple of things. One, I teach a class in product management at Harvard. So I'm with you there and figuring out what the next school year looks like. So if some of you are still in school, it's going to be a really crazy, complicated time as we all figure out this time together. And I also run an incubator at Mozilla called the Mozilla Fix the Internet Incubator. I helped start it and now I'm a mentor there. And we're looking at different products and startups and ideas. We're currently funding 50 different new startups to fix the internet across a slew of topics. And I also lead a fund at Mozilla called the Responsible Computer Science Fund. And if some of you are in universities that are part of the 19 that we fund, you'll see that your computer science programs are looking to integrate ethics into the curriculum. So not just one class that you take your senior year, and not just one guest lecture on ethics. Casey Fiesler, if you have never heard of her, did this amazing evaluation that was all the different kinds of tech ethics classes that existed, because she got tired of people saying, if these techies just learned ethics, it would change everything. And she's like, no, we do learn ethics in school. It clearly just doesn't stick. So how do we transform that? So right now, those are the two things I do at Mozilla and Harvard. I also run a group called Product and Society, and some of you may have seen that as well. We have a convening next Friday for all product managers in the public interest. But I want to tell you a little bit about my own background. and how I got to the point where I really think about product really differently, and how I think a lot of us have to think about building tech products so that we really change and shift the way we build products, because a lot of tech isn't a novelty or nice to have anymore. As you know, it's part of everyone's life, and we can no longer treat tech like we're going to design for our power users or the people that we think might use our products the most. That's just not our world anymore. So how did I get here? I studied computer science, bounced around between software engineer, product manager, and somebody made a comment about my drawing. Those are my kids. When they were in quarantine, they did a lot of drawings at home. And my older wanted to make sure I displayed them when I taught and had my sessions. And I studied computer science and knew I wanted to do something that impacted lots of people, as was like everyone else I was in school with at Georgia Tech, but didn't really know what. And so I cast the net really wide. I studied CS, did a pre-med degree, or did pre-med. I was like, maybe I'll get into healthcare. I had no idea that healthcare tech existed, which sounds crazy now, but no one in my family had ever gone to college, so we had no idea. Turns out healthcare tech existed, and the way I found myself into my launch into the world of tech was this is like, I guess, one lesson on bringing as much as yourself to something as you possibly can. I had interviewed for Google for an associate product management role as a CS student, had no idea what that was, and didn't even know how to prepare for that because it was just something totally new. And during that interview process, they asked one question, which was, tell me something about yourself that isn't really easy to get on your resume. And I remember like droning on about healthcare and how much I cared about healthcare, and did all this like eyesight stuff, and remember thinking I totally bombed that interview. Turned out at that time, Google was just launching Google Health, and they were looking for someone who could be a PM in healthcare, and they were having a really hard time to find someone. And my rambling on healthcare was not rambling, and it was really interesting. And I ended up on the Google Health team in the early days to work on Google Health. And one lesson to take there, and this goes back to honoring expertise and making the invisible visible. We were a tech company that had a lot of engineering talent and thought, of course we can solve healthcare. Why can't we? We're Google. We have the best talent in the world. We're just going to do some personal health records. Healthcare interoperability is going to happen. We're going to get into hospitals, and just like you log into Gmail, you can log into your health portal, and all your healthcare information is going to be there. We had one physician on board. Everyone was incredibly brilliant, but for the most part, we weren't designing with users. That's one of the United States Digital Services mantras. We design with users. We kind of were coming up with features with some level of user experience testing, but we weren't deeply embedded in the community. We talked to, chief medical officers of different places. I remember being 19 or 20, I don't even know how old I was then, and being sent to talk to these C-level people at hospitals. But we didn't deeply understand what, let's say, a cancer patient on the ground in a hospital somewhere in a rural part of the United States needed for health records. We didn't even think to go understand that population. We didn't even understand in our own local place, like even just go to Stanford Cancer Center down the street to go and understand what it's like to be a cancer patient, try to handle all your health records. We had a lot of anecdotal information within our group, but we didn't do a lot of deep understanding of that space, not enough where all the engineers really understood. And that's not the only reason why I think Google Health didn't take off, but I think there's a number of reasons around timing, our understanding of the domain, going tech first and hoping that it'll solve our problems later. That's something that we see a lot. I see all the time in teams I mentor, teams I fund. I did it myself, where we have tech solutions and then we try to find people that will use it. And sometimes it just doesn't work for populations. so that was my lesson it was one of my first lessons in building technology and not understanding their users enough. Yeah. And so after that, I went on to grad school and did a couple of things after. I did a healthcare startup, so I understood a lot about just being scrappy and trying to figure out the healthcare space. And then at one point, I wanted to know what it was like to be one of those fancy consultants that got on an airplane on Monday and came home on Thursday and flew around with clients all around the country. And because of some of my healthcare background, I was a consultant at IBM for several years and built really large data warehouses and analytics for hospital systems, and learned a ton there too, again, around honoring expertise and making the invisible visible by really knowing who the users were. Here we had large computing power, we had a lot of consultants everywhere, we have engineering people, we had lots of people interested in all this healthcare data. But even understanding something like, on the ground where you're in a hospital and a mom gives birth, they sometimes give the mom, like the baby, the mom's name, and they do like a duplicate record because the health record system didn't take into account that a baby doesn't have a name yet. And when you don't go and understand your population enough to know how they're using your system on the line, later on when you're doing analytics, you have all these like really complicated stuff and your data is dirty. Data is always messy. Data is always dirty. Someone tweeted the other day about how, everyone thinks their data is messy. But like all data is messy. And it's partly because you can't design a perfect system, but sometimes groups don't try hard enough. We don't go on, we design healthcare, like systems that take in healthcare data for, electronic health record systems, for example. And we may not know how doctors and nurses and pharmacists and record takers, and maybe it's not a doctor or nurse, maybe it's someone else who enters the information on the healthcare patient. And we've designed a system now where people work around our product because they can't figure out how to use it. So we design without the expertise of these patients and these doctors and these nurses and all these people that have to interact with our product on a really, really deep level. And we end up with healthcare systems that now have data that don't give us accurate insight sometimes. And I learned a ton there, building those systems. A lot of great stuff too. We also built, systems that brought together disparate data systems. We were able to do analytics, but at every step of the way, it was, oh man, I wish this other data system was designed better to better understand the needs of how the users use them. So that was one level of bubble of experience. And then went back to Google. They had this opening. I highly recommend, if you ever have the chance to do this, do it. As an engineer, I got to go and work on the HR people operations team for inside of Google. So I got to take my data and engineering hat and some product, put aside the healthcare stuff for a little bit, and got to learn all the things about how Google does data and people data. Everything from anyone who applies to Google, anyone who comes to any Google event, once you're an employee, what happens and what gets tracked. It became incredibly interesting to know about and informative. And now, and I'll tie this together later, but as now I do a lot of work. Something else that I do is I run the ethical tech group at the Harvard Berkman Klein Center, where we think about ethics and technology, and some of that work and understanding how a big tech company tracks people has been immensely helpful. So that experience led to, back in 2013, 2014, there was a really big failure, the healthcare.gov failure in the United States. And some of my former colleagues at Google had left to go help stabilize the website. And it wasn't just Google, there were a ton of brilliant people on the ground already, like Erie Meyer and Vivian Grobard and Jen Polka, Haley Van Dyke, who had been pushing for better government tech for a long time. And then they brought in people like Jeannie Kim and Micah Dickerson and others to help stay, like, just all hands on deck. This is a fire. And after that, USDS was launched, and that's when I was asked to come help build it out. So I helped build out the engineering and product parts of USDS while also working at the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs on projects. And because, and those of you who go to startups, remember this, when you're at a startup, if there's an inkling that you have a skill in anything, if it's a small startup, which is a few people, we were about 8 people or so then, you will be the expert in that at your startup until you all manage to find and hire the right person. So it could be engineering, it could be product, it could be user experience, it could be understanding how to do payroll, it could be anything. You might have like random skills and it becomes like you are the expert in that thing. In my case, that those years spent in Google hiring made it so that I can really help Jennifer Anastasia, who's our head of talent, build out how we hire at USDS until we actually hired more qualified people who understood talent and hiring. Definitely not an expert, but knew enough to help build out the process. And in many ways, so that was me going from private sector over into government. And I don't know how many of you feel this in your early career, but I never considered government as a viable option. It was nothing we ever talked about in my own engineering curriculum, in my computer science curriculum. If you wanted to do computing for good or something, you go to like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or you go to a nonprofit. Never considered going to government. And now I don't know why. It's the largest public service of the country, of any country, and is the place that needs the most help. And felt like all of my experiences from healthcare data, the Veterans Affairs is the largest electronic health record system in the country. And fun fact for those of you who don't know, look up the history of VISTA. It is fascinating. The Veterans Affairs created the first ever electronic health record system. They made it open so that the rest of the world can work on it. And now Epic, which is one of the largest healthcare system in the country, we can discuss separately about the design of Epic. But Epic was built off of some of the early code for OpenVista. So there's so much great impact, whether it's direct, where the fact that you're there and your talent is directly affecting something, or you're working in government, you're able to either set a standard or create a thing that affects so much people that private sector ends up adopting it for its own purposes. And there's a dear past like self, 15, 16 years ago, that is something that you should know. And to consider that as a viable option and a really real high impact option for your career. So I spent about 4 years doing that, doing product work, some engineering, hiring, talent, culture, values, front office, all sorts of stuff with USDS. By far one of the most rewarding roles of my life. And if anything, government can teach so much to the private sector around understanding invisible voices, and bringing to the table people who can really, really help build better products. I know you often will hear the opposite, which is private sector needs to save government. I think to some extent, I heard that years ago and thought that was true. But private sector, as we've seen, has also caused a lot of harm with the products we've built. I feel complicit in some of that as well in my own stuff that I've built. And there's so much that the government can teach the private sector, because you'll find it for those of you who end up going to government, public servants who deeply understand what people need, people in public service who really understand what veterans need, who really understand what our military personnel need, who really understand what it's like to be someone who is food insecure, or who doesn't have access to educate, or who doesn't have access to quality information about higher education. People who deeply understand that. They just may not know the bit about how to tie technology to that, which is where many of you can come in, but they understand the people we serve better than I think most tech companies understand their user base, or all of the stakeholders who are affected by their products. And that was a huge, huge takeaway that I had going into the public sector. And then after that, wanted to really explore what just a lot of my experiences between the private, public, nonprofit, et cetera, and came to Harvard. I was a fellow at the Harvard Berkman Client Center, where I started the Ethical Tech Working Group. And I think that's where I felt like a huge missing piece of my education. It happened all at once, where I studied CS. I didn't realize all the blind spots I had. And, I slowly realized them over the years. But I was surrounded by people at Berkman who think about tech, who are also lawyers, historians, anthropologists, race and gender scholars, ethicists, philosophers. And within like 10 minutes, if one person raised something like, hey, I have this, someone from a tech company, it's like my team of engineers is thinking about Google Street View as a way to give a safety score on if a neighborhood is safe. We think it's a really great idea. There's all this information, data, and images around the world. And we really just want to, for our product, assess if a neighborhood is safe, because we do like this gig economy product. And we have like this really interesting, machine learning thing, and we're going to put it on top of Google Street View, and we'll just give a safety score for every neighborhood. And immediately within 10 minutes, you'll have people from different backgrounds ask questions like, have you heard of the broken windows theory? We've found that, evaluating a neighborhood on broken windows is not the right way to go. And there's definitely ethical concerns there. And have people bring up issues of race and inequality that can come with something like a Google Street View snap. And then have a lawyer bring up, like, safety for whom? How would you determine that safety score? Someone might feel really, really safe in Boston, Massachusetts, or in the suburbs of Atlanta, and really unsafe in a different part. And so safety for whom? And these were all things that were just discussed in 15 minutes, because all these different expertise were in the room and around the table on equal footing, which doesn't happen in tech usually. So that was a lesson on the power of honoring expertise and bringing disciplines together. For those of you who are in CS engineering programs, there's let's be real, there's a hierarchy of majors right now. We're told that STEM is really important. Some of you have, at least in my university at Georgia Tech, it was, if you study a certain area like engineering, then you must be really smart. And if you study anything else, you weren't, which is ludicrous. We obviously cannot build tech without the humanistic studies and social sciences and these other deep race and gender studies, history. And we now see what it's like when we build tech without that. And that was and I got to see, I was really lucky to get to be in an environment where there were different disciplines on equal footing. And I think that's critical. We don't see that in tech companies. There are companies that call people eng or non-eng, or engineering or non-engineer, or software engineering or support, or something like that. So as you are all in your careers, think of how to bring those different disciplines to the table on an equal footing, because a perspective from law and policy and race and gender studies, et cetera, are just as deeply important to building your product as a perspective of the engineer, if not more. And so now I get to run, product and society. I'm a fellow at Harvard and Mozilla, and I feel really fortunate to get to really impact the field of computer science and to fund startups to think about building better products. And to do that, I deeply believe that we have to find ways to honor the expertise of these other fields that we don't normally let into the room, and to make visible really lots of voices that historically have been left out of the conversation when we build tech. It's not just our users, it's everyone who's affected by our products. So think of any of the social media platforms. You can design just for the power users, but there are tons of people that we now know are affected by these platforms, whether they choose to use them or not. So we have to design our products with that in mind and bring the expertise to the table to help us do so, because we can't think of everything. We're trained to be product managers or engineers, or we build, or we're builders in some way. So that's my hope for those of you who are building tech. So with that, that's about 25 minutes in. So I really just want to make this a discussion. I don't know if it's possible for people to unmute and ask questions, or if it's just me reading questions in the chat.
So this is streamed on YouTube. Unfortunately, we can't have people start video and chatting, but yeah, I'll read out questions. I just want to first also ask about your, you recently also co-founded the project at Mozilla, the Fix the Internet Incubator, as you mentioned. And as many of the comments have mentioned, we love Mozilla here, especially for its champion for data privacy and many more. I'd also want to hear your thoughts on what are the most pressing issues for just the internet as an entity right now.
One of the teams we've supported and funded was a team of impact fellows, building impactful. So it's partly, I think, how we got connected. So with Mozilla, with Fix the Internet, we came up with some categories across surveillance, collaboration, artificial intelligence, search, web, and a few others. I think some of the pressing matters that we really need to think through with the internet is how to figure out prioritizing privacy, but also making products that people use, because there are plenty of niche products, right, that are super private and are very secure, but they don't make it to the mass market. So how do we, for me, part of Fix the Internet is obviously building products, but it's how do we change the foundation of how things that get really, really big create their products? So how do we think of better ways to do engineering and product inside this world of surveillance and AI and messaging, such that the product itself might be successful, and that's great, but also the products themselves, and the same that Firefox did this for the browser. Firefox was never the #1 browser in the world, right? But it pushed other browsers to be better, and its existence also makes it so that other browsers also think about some of the ideas that Firefox comes up with. So for me, that's the bigger movement. How, by the act of doing, we now also push for better social media platforms. We push for better products that think about carbon emissions, better products for video chat and communication, etc.
That makes a lot of sense, the ripple effect from one organization to other people and organizations.
Yeah, and in the process, if some of those products become the next billion user products, that's really, really great. But even if that's not the case, because many startups fail, they would have still pushed and prodded other products to hopefully do better.
Definitely. And so here's a comment from Priya. She's wondering, how did you transition from industry to academia? And are you skeptical of private interests in academia?
Oh yeah, of course. There's always, I think if you think of academia as purely separate from private sector so that everyone is free to explore, I think that's naive, right? I'm not saying you think that, Priya. I think there's, whether it's soft, where students graduate and they come back and they give professors ideas, that's still influence. Or it's actual private sector funding academic research to some extent. It's always good to be skeptical and understand where you stand as far as how much of your research is really separate from any kind of funding source. We've seen countless cases now of people going to academia and washing their names because places like Harvard, where I am, let people in the door to wash their names of past doings by funding institutions or entities or something. So if it's just around skepticism of private interest in academia, for sure, but that's something that exists as a foundation. People give money to universities all the time. So it's really, as you build out your work, how comfortable are you separating the two? do you feel like you can interrogate misinformation and hate speech while also having support either directly or indirectly from some of the big platform companies?
Thank you. And another question related to the private and public kind of differences. Christy is wondering, what are benefits and skills you learn and utilize working from the private sector and bringing it to working on the project at UCSD?
USDS?
USDS, sorry.
That's fine. But I want to read this one more time. The benefits and skills you learn and utilize in the private sector that I think are useful in the government. Is that I think that's the question. I'll take that as the question. I think you mean the skills that you learn from the private sector that became useful in the public sector. Megan Smith, who was the CTO when I was at USCS, she was the CTO in the office of CTO, and I don't know if she's the first one to say this, but she would say this often, where sometimes it's good to go where you're around other people like you. In my case, it was around being in a big tech org or in a startup or somewhere with a bunch of other tech people who understood what a product org was, who understood that you should probably have a designer, an engineer, a product manager, and that was normal, to go do user experience research, to ship on a particular schedule, to iterate, etc. And then take that and go where you're kind of rare, where the people around you are not doing that, and that your skill sets are really, really needed. And that's the case the other way around too. Like I mentioned, there are people in government that deeply understand what people need and what communities need, and that perspective is super valuable in the private sector. So I think all those skill sets around product development and understanding engineering life cycles, and even understanding how private sector sells contracts to government, and how sometimes private sector pulls the wool over the eyes of government as well, was super helpful to take from the public or private sector into the public sector.
Thank you. And from one of our team members, we're also wondering sources that you use to form your values and positions on ethical tech. I'll bring Christina to the chat stream as well.
Yeah, hi there. Yeah, so my name's Christina. I study philosophy as well as computer science. And I was wondering, given that a big part of your job is to make recommendations and have opinions on big thorny ethical questions where there's a lot of disagreement, what source do you use and how do you work through ethical challenges?
Yeah. Can we do this, everyone? I love bringing people into the stream. This is really, really great.
Teammates, but I'm happy to be here.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I said, unfortunately, we can only bring in teammates on the channel, but yeah. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. I think it's a number of things. I think it's in the ethical tech group, we talk a lot about not commandeering common language that is used. And I think one of the biggest criticisms is that the term ethics itself means a thing that it means in philosophy, which interrogates ethics and morality, etc. And in other fields like STS, science, technology studies, and beyond have also thought about ethics in different ways. And I think how tech has been thinking about ethics has been interesting. There are groups that are well, just pair philosophy with computer science, two very logical fields, and we will come up with all the answers to our ethical problems. And how I think about it is, I think thinking about ethics and responsibility in tech means bringing in not just philosophy, but also social science. And I mentioned race and gender studies, and sociology, and anthropology, and history, and these other fields. And there are groups that have done that and have released, whether it's the Center for Critical Internet Studies at UCLA, whether it's things like Sasha Cassandra Chalks. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but it's participatory design, the participatory design framework that Sasha has recently come out with. And I think my personal go-tos generally are frameworks that bring in participatory design and bring in other disciplines and help people think through how to do that. Ethics has often lived in the legal side where it's like, are your stock options conflicting with like your work option, or like, are you doing a side job that might conflict with like your work? And that's been the ethics for big companies and governments. And I think when I think about ethical tech and a lot of the movement around that, it is the missing voices, justice, inequality, and thinking about I can send over some resource, but Sasha's work is one great one to look into.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Also, Kathy, we can bring some people inside by sharing the guest link. Would you like me to share the link with the people in YouTube right now?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
So they can join the studio and kind of talk face to face.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Sorry, it's freezing on me. On the meantime, there's another question by Alvin in the chat talking about moving into roles, interested in PM role and social impact, and wondering how he, I guess, advice for recent graduates and people who are interested in this area, how to move into.
Yeah, congrats. You can help us define what that looks like for a number of reasons. I know Schmidt Futures just started out the APM rotation program, and they're coming up with PM roles as well. But you're in a space where a lot of nonprofits and governments don't know what PMs are. And even if it's the USDS or even if it's in government, we've been able to hire PMs in, but our official titles are either digital service expert or like product specialist or these other roles that we've had to make up to get product managers into the room. So really, I think the best answer is, one, if you want to go in now, you're going to have to hustle to find what the equivalent of that role is for a social, civic, government sector in any country. And if not, one path is indeed to go gain some industry experience first. Get like the foundation for like understanding discovery sprints and knowing how to do metrics and doing user experience research and managing stakeholders, and getting a lot of that basic framework down, and then going over into a public sector, but still having to do some jujitsu around job titles because they don't always exist. And it might mean you're in a different role that isn't product management, but you bring product thinking. And what I mean by product thinking is you have the vision for a product. You're not just building a set of requirements that are later going to fail for people. That's like, I think, the key part. There was a statement, I think, by someone in government where if you ask someone to build me a concrete ship, they're just going to build me a concrete ship. And sure enough, the US government has a fleet of concrete ships. They're not particularly useful. They exist, and they haven't been very useful. But we need people who will interrogate the idea and think, well, what do you really want? And solve for the problem itself, and not just for building something that someone wrote on paper. So that's a long way of saying you can either go into a product role that's an actual PM title, or you find a role where you can bring product thinking into the role. And that candidly is just what you have to do for the nonprofit and public and civic tech space, because they're not defined like they are in the private sector. That said, you can also go into the private sector and help these ginormous companies. This goes to like personal preferences and also family economic status on what you're willing to take on and do, and help make a big tech company better, because you now have a better understanding of how to build for communities and societies that have normally been left out. And I think an add to that is that going to the civic and nonprofit space is also an incredibly privileged thing, right? For some people, going into a place that, especially now during COVID, when there's hiring freezes everywhere, government does not have a hiring freeze for the most part, so that's also a viable option. we're all in survival mode. Many of you, like many folks, take whatever jobs they can get as well, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. So it's a privilege to go into a nonprofit or something that doesn't necessarily offer as good of monetary compensation at this point in time.
Thank you. So right now we have 2 attendees in the stream. I'll add them one by one and form more like a face-to-face conversation. So I think Ray first joined.
Hey, Ray.
Hi. Can you hear us?
If this gets too complicated, we can also just do questions.
Okay. Sorry, I think she might have an internet connection issue. Hi, Victor.
Hello.
Hey, Victor.
I had 2 questions. First, my university was one of the ones that received the grant to do kind of the responsibility and ethics, put into courses. I was wondering what
university?
WashU.
Oh, that's great. Ron Citron is wonderful.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy. And I was wondering, kind of like, have you seen any results so far from that, or like any like setbacks in like the implementation of those ideas?
I think we're a year in, and anything like this it's like with anything in academia, right? You're like, I change a thing in teaching. Now results. And I think what we're really going to have to see is when you all go off into companies and we see the kind of decision making that you get is what we're really going to see as a result. I think in the immediate term, the immediate metrics of source, I guess, are to see how widely adopted it is at different universities and how hard or easy it is to get this implemented in any of the classes. Some universities are having a harder time, candidly, and then others, other faculty members definitely want to adopt this new style of teaching. And for those who don't know, the new style of teaching is to take undergraduate classes and infuse new ideas into these classes, so that if you're studying privacy or like studying algorithms or data structures, you're now also thinking about different scenarios around like real names or different things that may become an ethical concern. But as far as immediate results, those aren't just something that I think that we can really see yet, beyond getting surveys from how happy are students with the classes and how well received it is and if they're being adopted. And for the most part, they are. If one thing is clear, students, at least of your generation, are asking for these kinds of classes, and universities are not doing enough. There's definitely a level of ask for more responsible technology from the students, and faculties are really just catching up.
And I had one other quick question. I think that like the PM role is barely included in computer science education, at least from what I have seen. And like most of the experience either comes from, personal projects or, maybe doing some work in close organizations. And do you have like any other ways you'd recommend for students to kind of try out this field?
Yeah, I highly recommend students go to any of the product meetups. They're mostly online now anyways, like Product Tank or Mind the Product. There's some Women in Product. There's so many different ones. You'll see very quickly that almost every veteran PM had a very different background. Some have CS backgrounds, some don't, some come from consulting. It's all over the place because there's no direct path. And my thoughts on that are twofold. One, if you really do want to have the role of a product manager, great, get really involved in these communities. But also, if not, I think there's a lot we can take from product thinking and bring that into into nonprofit and government sectors that can really improve technology in those sectors, whether it's on really understanding user experience research or really understanding how to track real metrics and not fake metrics, like vanity metrics that don't mean anything. Understanding really how to do these discovery sprints to understand user needs before you build a product. Those are all things without the actual title of a PM that you can bring into an organization that can be immensely, immensely helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your answers.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We also have Linda join us.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, I think you are muted.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kathy, for the talk. I'm also like very interested in like working at the intersection between ethics and tech. And so my question is, so I remember like a really big moment for me was in 2018, like watching the Facebook congressional hearing and just seeing the gap in knowledge on tech, like between government and between people who are in the industry, and also the healthcare.gov crisis that you mentioned earlier. So my question is, like, as students, what can we be doing to bridge this gap? And where can students with interests in ethics, public service, and technology have the most impact?
Yeah, I think it's in so many places, and it's really what you're most interested in. So whether it's being incredibly well versed in technology and then deciding that you're just going to go work for Congress or go work for the government right now, that's immensely helpful. Or it's you have this deep passion for ethics and responsibility, and you go into like a Google or a Facebook, into like the belly of it, and you're the one that's like, hey, you want to launch this feature, but I think we should consider these things. That's a lot to ask for someone straight out of college, right? So it's also on the tech sector to build an organization that kind of thinking is supported. So I think you were asking specifically about like healthcare at government, but so I think to some extent those are multiple paths. And there's also stuff like Code for America that has early career folks that are deployed around to different organizations. A thing to note about those congressional hearings that's really interesting and fascinating just to understand so that you can now figure out how to fix it is with healthcare.gov, there were like 60 plus contractors. And it was a multi-million-dollar project, and it still failed in so many ways, despite everyone saying up until the launch that everything was green. And we've seen that just having some strong technical expertise in-house inside the government, because these are all contractors, just asking the question of like, did we do end-to-end testing? Does it, just because all the little components work, does it work from end to end? And having that expertise in the room in-house is what we really, really need. So it's really, do you have the capability to go and work for a government at this point in your career and feel like you have some level of influence to do so? And that's also partly on the government too, to create roles where you're empowered to do that. And we don't candidly have a ton of that as well. And even in the congressional hearings, I mean, a bunch of my colleagues were asked to submit questions and help, you know, vet the types of questions that came out during the congressional hearings. But it just shows that no matter how much people you have preparing for you on your behalf, unless you are the congressperson in that seat asking those questions, none of that extra work matters. So we need people in Congress who understand tech. So run for office if you can as well. This is a long, you laugh, but this is what we need. This is a big movement to completely overhaul and change who knows about tech and who doesn't in our government. And we need people running for office who understand tech deeply. And we need people in the room building technology on the government side, not as a contractor, because you make a lot more money as a contractor, but people who are public servants inside doing this work.
Thank you.
Also, to add on, we actually will have Coding It Forward at our Career Expo on Sunday. They're also a nonprofit, and they hold a civic fellowship where they you apply to it and you'll kind of intern building like software for the government.
Yeah, that team is great, right? Chris and that whole team, you know, saw a huge need for a way for younger professionals or students to get into government, because we've candidly been really bad at having a pipeline for that. Beyond Coding It Forward, we really don't have anything.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Linda. And we have another attendee in the stream. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Kathy. Thank you so much for sharing. And I really liked how you had diverse experience in like different sectors, different companies, and even industry. And I guess my question is, when we are thinking about our career, like from your experience, how did you know when to move on to the next stage? Like,
Yeah.
was it the old job kind of it's not as exciting as before? Was it like a new skill or expertise that you want to have? Like, can you talk more about that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think this is also part my own family background, and then also my general like curiosity. So I'll go into a couple of those. One, for those of you who did study computer science, you're very lucky. Like, I feel like I got very lucky with my degree choice. I graduated with a degree that was immediately just a degree that was highly sought after. I had no idea what I was doing when I went to college. Picked CS like almost randomly. I picked CS because I had a high school teacher that taught me Pascal, which probably no one has ever heard of. And when I went to college, I was like, I guess I'll just pick computer science because it's like the only major that I understand. Didn't know anything about engineering. I picked one school because it was a state school, Georgia Tech, that my family can afford. And I got really lucky with the degree that was valuable. And I feel like that put me in a position of power, which I recognize is weird because, as we all know, a woman in tech and a woman of color in tech is just like a complicated thing. But having a CS degree put me in like a weird position. I felt like I was in some kind of like a position of power because I had a degree that was highly sought after. And I think that matters because in your question, because it allowed me to have lots of interest, because whether it was being a consultant for healthcare companies or doing a healthcare startup or being asked to come to the US Digital Service or going to Google, the foundation of having this computer science degree made that possible. And I recognize that's not the case with everyone. And for people who, and we're just like in a society where like degrees matter at these companies. And it's something that I'm trying to really kind of blow up a bit in tech hiring in general, because as you know, even just a degree carries with it all sorts of complex social, economic, and inequality as well. So that, I think, for me was the foundation. I had this particular degree that allowed me to kind of have my ears perked for different opportunities that would come up. And I gave a different version. I gave a different kind of talk, like maybe like 8 years ago at Google, where I was like, oh, I was just doing my job and like these opportunities kept coming up. And someone was like, well, how do we navigate when the opportunities don't come up for us? And I was like, wait, I should actually reflect. That story wasn't true at all. I've always been really intentional. I came from a family of refugees and we grew up with very little. And I've always actually been incredibly intentional with my choices, where I picked things that I felt like, I did stumble into the CS thing, but I went to Google because going to a startup wasn't like in it for me. I was supporting my extended family too. So going to a startup wasn't like going and like playing around, wasn't like in the works for me as a young engineer. And so I was at Google, and then like something else interesting came along to try something different. And I would jump at it. And I was at Google, and the White House came along. I was like, of course I'll leave Google for the White House. That makes sense. And then like an opportunity at Harvard came along, and I was like, of course, like this is something that's like a safe and good landing place. So I think in general, like depending on where you are, some of you have the luxury of taking free internships with government, of going to do a startup with like very little pay and high risk. Some of you definitely don't have the opportunity to do that. You might be helping out your family. You might be supporting your family. I've been through a ton of like so many different situations of that. So you do what you have to do for yourself and your family, and then send out signals and keep your ears perked for different opportunities that might arise. We're all living in a moment in time that many of us have never probably ever anticipated. That also means that jobs are different, opportunities are different. Be prepared to pivot. There might be opportunities for you that none of us have ever thought of before. Never thought I would work for the White House as a tech and product person. Definitely never thought it was a thing. Never thought I'd be teaching a class on product management at Harvard either. So these things might pop up because the world around us changes. So be prepared for things to change. And if you're okay with it, be prepared to just like grab that opportunity when it comes up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. So we were scheduled to have 55-minute talk with Kathy. So thank you so much for joining us, and this has been a great conversation.
Thanks, everyone. Good seeing you all. I hope you see you in various worlds, whether it's Civic Tech or Mozilla Builders or Harvard, whatsoever. I'm sure some of you will cross paths with me and others sometime. So, bye.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. And at 4 o'clock, our teammate Alvin will be bringing on Tim Salau, and he'll talk about the future of work. See you then.
All right, we're just gonna wait on Tim. It's been a long day. I understand that. How long has it been? Like 3, almost 4 hours now. So where's everybody coming in from? I'm from New York City. If you can type in the chat, I just want to get a gauge of the states or the countries that we're hitting. Nice. Kansas, Colorado, Queens represent. I'm originally from Queens, New York, Long Island City, Northern Virginia, New Jersey, Ottawa. Wow. Canada, the Bronx, Cambridge, Boston. Oh, man. Pakistan, India. What time is it over there? Thank you for joining. Brooklyn. My dad's from Sunset Park. Recognize, do the right thing. Brooklyn. California. Nice. Iowa, Philly, Baltimore, Botswana. Wow. This is awesome. 1 a.m. Chicago. Wow, 1 a.m. Thank you for staying up. I don't know how you're doing it, but thank you. Vancouver. This is neat. So we're just waiting on Tim to join, and we'll get started shortly. Okay, I just had to hop in right quick because I'm Filipino. So my mom's from Manila, Tondo, Philippines. Represent. Hey, William, Brooklyn, Canarsie, nice. Hey, Sunset Park, there you go. Yes, do the right thing, fight the power. Sandra from Austin, Texas. My alma mater, UT Austin. That's dope. Sunset Park, Philippines. Any Puerto Ricans? Any Puerto Ricans? I'm also Puerto Rican. It'd be nice to know that I have some brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico. Wow, Brooklyn to the Bay Area, coast to coast. coast to coast, Filipino, Manila. Yep. All right, my identities are represented here. Nice. All right, looks like Tim is here. Tim, can you hear me, brother?
Yo, yes, we can hear you.
What's up? Nice. So you are live right now. We have people from all over the world currently, from India, Pakistan to the U.S. on both coasts, Canada, Botswana. So just letting you know, the globe is watching you.
Man, love it.
So appreciate you coming out, everybody. I just want to first introduce Tim Salau. So Tim is a phenomenal speaker, known internationally. He is a tech influencer, a product manager, formerly from Microsoft and from Google. He now has a book coming out, so he's also an author, and it's called The 7 Habits of Dynamic Leadership. And he is also the CEO of Guide, which you'll be talking about, and is considered to be Mr. Future of Work. He's also my dear brother, Tim Salau. Thanks for having you.
Thanks for inviting me, Alvin. Truly appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, no problem.
It's an honor to be actually at the Impact Summit for the first time. Sadly, this is usually physically, but we're virtual nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. And if you have some slides, you can also share that. But if you can go on video, that'd be dope too.
Oh, my bad. My camera seems to be not working. Oh, my goodness. Okay. That one, this my FaceTime camera is working. My other camera is spazzing out on me.
All right. Yeah, but if you have slides, you can share it, and then you can interact with the bottom down there to figure out what type of view you want. But I'm gonna sit in the background and take it away.
Sweet. My bad, y'all. So as what I said is that I don't have slides. Usually when I speak, I don't do slides, but I do have this camera. And this camera, you all should be able to see me and hear me. So thank you all so much for your time and attention. And hopefully now my HD camera is working. So let me make sure I close things out in the background so nothing happens once again. So with that said, thank you all so much for coming to the Impact Summit and for having me speak with you all from all over the world. It's truly honored to be invited by the amazing moderators and hosts, Elvin and team, who have really invited me. And for me personally, what my belief is that we should talk about today in this discussion, and really that is going to be a part of my speech. And also when I do these, it's really participatory. So if you have any comments, any thoughts, please add them. Can everyone hear me now? Just want to make sure everyone can hear me now. Please let me know in the comments if you can hear me, just so everything's working on your end. So when I do these talks, it's usually really participatory. That's usually my kind of speaking style. In addition to that, I'll share a bit. I want you to share a bit, and then we'll learn together. So essentially, I have been building our company Guide for about all is well. Awesome. Great. Everyone can hear me. Shout out to Aaron. Shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Mrs. Shaw. Shout out to Sam. Thank you so much. Shout out to Salman. Thank you so much. I'm happy you all can hear me. So for the last year and 6 months, we've been building our company Guide. But even prior to that, as Elvin mentioned, I've had the honor of working with amazing companies with Facebook, Microsoft, Google, doing everything ranging from product management to user experience design. And even my most recent role was with actually WeWork as their chief evangelist. And essentially, I have been in the space of building and leading the future of work for quite some time, actually, I think now almost 5 years, and just really evangelizing and co-creating and leading it with people. And fundamentally, what I really want to talk about today is how my belief is leadership is changing in the current context of how we're working. It's no longer about command and control. It's no longer about sitting still. It's really about taking life, your career, as well as empowering, inspiring people to lead their own movements, their own respective movements, right? And, I was so passionate about this core topic so much so that I'm writing a book about it called The 7 Habits of Dynamic Leadership. what successful leaders did when the world stopped coming to work. It's called The 7 Habits of Dynamic Leadership, what successful leaders did when the world stopped coming to work. And the reason why it's really, really so powerful, that I think it's really timely for this book to be released, is due to the fact that right now, leadership at the national level, and even fundamentally in a lot of different organizations, leadership is broken. It is fundamentally broken. And my belief there are 7 habits of dynamic leadership that any leader, any person in the world, a student, a leader within a workforce and middle layer management, the president of the United States, our current president, can actually apply to be better and more effective leaders. And, one of those habits that I actually talk about in the book, and I'm not going to actually share all 7 habits with you because I want you to read the book, is one of them is compassion, leading with compassion. And the powerful thing about leading with compassion is the fact that it's always coming from a place of service. You want to serve someone else, right? Before you serve yourself, or you see someone hurting or in need, so you're proactively looking to support them. How many of you all have ever experienced a workplace culture, or even maybe in your university, someone that's, led with compassion? Like whenever you saw what they did or some sort of act that they did, you were like, oh, that's a compassionate leader, or man, that's a lot of compassion that you're showing for me. Let us know in the comments. Would love to engage with you, and we'll even relay and have a conversation around it. But leading with compassion is a really, really, really powerful leadership habit and skill that is often devoid in most workplace cultures. Before I actually left Microsoft, one of the reasons why I left Microsoft, and Microsoft is a great company, one of the best employers in the world and companies in the world, but I actually left the company because I was working within a culture that didn't actually have compassion. One day I go into my boss's office and I tell him, look, I'm not happy on this team. I don't feel as if I'm growing. There doesn't seem to be any team camaraderie, any kind of leadership that's encouraging people to bring their best self to work, be authentic, and more importantly, kind of cultivating a culture within that specific team. And, my boss, we were in this white room that is his office. He had a picture of his son and his wife on his desk. And then right behind him was the window. And usually if you've ever been to Seattle, it's always really, really shady. Sometimes you get a glimpse of sun, but that day was incredibly shady because it was the fall. And, he was just kind of looking at me with his brown glasses, and he looks directly at me as I'm sitting down on this great chair, staring him in the face right across from me. He looks at me and says, "It's not my job as your manager to grow you." That's what he says. It's not my job as your manager to grow you. Now, anyone that's ever been a manager or has ever been in a leadership role as a manager knows that that is fundamentally your job, to grow people, right? To mentor them, right? To really encourage and enable them to succeed no matter what their role is. That is your job as a manager, right? And when he told me this, what I realized was that he's a great manager, but he's a horrible leader, right? And literally a few weeks after we kind of had that conversation, and after I started noticing a lot of other different things about that team, I decided to leave. I decided to actually leave the company, and then I joined WeWork. And then after I left WeWork, I started Guide. But it was a moment like that allowed me to realize that a lot of leaders, a lot of managers who are in leadership roles, and a lot of people who are in just leadership roles, they struggle with leadership, right? Because they don't apply the habits that is required to be highly effective and dynamic leaders, especially as we live in dynamic times. So Simon mentioned, so I think it's been pretty lucky with this and have mostly had pretty compassionate supervisors. Great job, Simon. Keep that luck going. One of the things that we can all do is we can select the people who we want to lead with and who we want to contribute to their vision, right? I don't believe in this analogy of followers and leaders. I actually believe in this more powerful analogy of leaders and contributors, right? Leaders and contributors. You don't like you often the current mainframe of how to lead is that you have a leader, and then you have a whole bunch of people following that leader, which is a horrible model if you think about it. No one wants to be a follower. Everyone wants to lead. They want to have control over their own life. They want to have agency, but we all want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. So one of the things that I really love about this kind of new model, and I speak about this in the book, of leadership that we're developing, is the fact that it's a matter of leaders and contributors, people who are also leading their own respective movements for a better purpose. So keep selecting and finding great leaders to work with, Salma. So Mrs. Niati says, awesome leaders leading with compassion. Yes, love it. Mrs. Kanan and Daksha, I believe, if I'm pronouncing it right. Sorry if I'm not. She's saying, I think I've been lucky to have compassionate supervisors, but I've heard stories of people with leadership positions with all the credentials, just not the heart. Yes, Mrs. Cannon. Yes, I have. They're definitely out there. They exist. They definitely exist. So good for you all. Keep finding great compassionate leaders to work with. So another leading with boldness. And some of you may struggle with this, right? Boldness, the way I define it is boldness is being able to speak truth to power. Being able to speak truth to power. That's how I define boldness. Are you able to speak truth to power when someone in position of power is wrong? Can you speak truth to them? All right. That's leading with boldness. And also often it's also, can you speak truth to yourself when you know you're in the wrong? That's a bit of boldness as well. And it deals with being vulnerable as a leader. When you know you're wrong, you're wrong. When you know you're right, you're right. Right. So one of the habits I talk about of leading with boldness in the book, and by the way, if any of you all are interested in the book, please check out MrFutureOfWork.com, sign up for my newsletter, join our guide group movement, and I'll send you updates on the book as we continue to progress and we'll eventually launch the book. But leading with boldness is essentially, how are you showing up every single day in your life, in your career, like it's day one? How are you showing up every single day in your life, in your career, like it's day one, right? And you're not preventing yourself, you're not limiting yourself from making decisions that grow you in your career. 1, 2, allow you to take the necessary risks to have a thriving career. 2, right? And 3, lastly, that fulfill you, right? So grow you in your career, allow you to take the necessary risk to grow in your career. And then lastly, ensure that you're feeling fulfilled. That's what leading with boldness is, right? Understanding that, yes, there are some risks that will lead to failure. A lot of risks lead to failure. But then there are other risks that will lead to success, right? Incremental success or long-term success. But you have to take these risks. You have to take these risks, right? And you have to wake up every day with a sense of boldness. One of the boldest things I've ever done, you all, and I would love for you to share in the comments, what's one of the boldest things you've ever done in your life or in your career? Let us know. We'll show you some love. But one of the boldest things that, I've ever done was, one, deciding to start my own company. Everyone knows that starting a company is super, super hard. It's not easy by any means. But for me, I've built products before. I've built communities before. I built a lot of different things. But I decided that it was right. The time was right for me to start my own company because I found an amazing co-founder who I love to death. He's like my brother and he's my co-founder. And he's a great operator of the company with me. He's a great venture partner in general. And then in addition, I realized that the time is right to build a company and build a movement around, one, this passion for creating that we see, and more importantly, build a company in Guide where people can learn and grow in their careers. So essentially, our company Guide is what we call a bite-sized skills training platform for enterprise remote teams. So people can learn on Guide, and fundamentally they can use Guide to learn from amazing creators who want to, talk about technology and innovation, business and entrepreneurship, or health and wellness. That's essentially what Guide is. And essentially we sell to enterprise customers who buy it for their workforce, and within their workforce, they use it to train and develop and upskill their workers. So, I realized, well, there's a huge opportunity to build a company, a future of work company in this space that really, really leads this future. And, that was a bold risk that I take, but I don't regret it every day because I feel fulfilled doing that work. It's work that makes me happy, right? So you take risks like that, being bold, whether it be starting a company, building a movement, starting a community. You do these things because you want to have a sense of fulfillment. But also I realized, it's a career risk for me because, my company might fail, but even if it fails, maybe I'll learn something. The reality is that we're doing really, really well. We're cash flow positive. We're not going to fail anytime soon. And for us, Guide isn't just a company. It's a movement that we're leading. And it's a collective movement with amazing people who really believe in our vision and our movement. So, that continues to give us inspiration to build it. But you have to be bold if you want to take those necessary steps, right? You have to kind of admit to yourself that, there's some risk in this, but I have an opportunity to build something that actually inspires other people, right? And I have an opportunity to build something that makes money as well, right? But it can inspire other people. And then more importantly, it's good for the world. You're doing something that the world needs. So I really encourage you to think about, are you leading with compassion? Are you leading with boldness, right? And one of the other habits that I actually discuss in the book, and this is going to be the last one I share with you all, because once again, I want you all to definitely check out the book, The 7 Habits of Dynamic Leadership. The last habit I would love to share with you all, and I think that a lot of you will resonate with it because it's a habit that I see a lot of leaders struggle with, at an individual level as well as a team level. It's this habit of leading with authenticity. Leading with authenticity. So I mentioned leading with compassion, leading with boldness, and the last one is leading with authenticity. Leading with authenticity. Now, how many of you feel as if you're an authentic leader? Raise your hand wherever you're watching. Raise your hand, or let us know in the comments, right? How many of you feel like you're an authentic leader? Say yes, no, yes, no. And I know many of you are students, right? Do you feel as if you're an authentic leader? Do you feel as if you're at a point right now where you're leading with authenticity, maybe in the projects that you're doing or group projects? Like, do you feel it? Let us know in the comments. Now, authentic leadership, y'all, because many of you all are students, authentic leadership, maybe, yes. Some of you, I would say yes if I was a leader. Starting a business sounds scary. What if you lose it all? Yes. Yes, Armand. Yep. I like to think I am. All right, man, don't worry, man. If you ever start a business, if you have faith in your business and it's making you money, you won't lose a thing. You'll be fine. So, and Angelica says, when I teach, I feel it. Yes. When I teach, I feel it. By the way, please connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm super accessible on LinkedIn and Twitter. Connect with me on Twitter and LinkedIn, or LinkedIn and Twitter or LinkedIn. Connect with me. And I would love to have and continue the conversation with you all on LinkedIn or Twitter, okay? So definitely connect with me on LinkedIn or Twitter, all right, guys? So I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Twitter, so definitely connect with me, you all, because I would love to have this conversation with you all beyond this talk. But yes, so some of you are saying, when I teach it, I feel it. William Roberts says, yes, I love it, man. Deepak says, maybe. Dance Forever 32 says, yes. Armand says, I would say yes if I was a leader. So authenticity, all right, here's authenticity does not start externally. Okay, so Mrs. Shaw saying, I don't think I completely understand what authentic leadership is. So I'm going to define it for you, Mrs. Shaw. Authentic leadership is when you can lead, hear me out now, is when you can lead from a position of vulnerability. That's what authentic leadership is. Authentic leadership is when you can lead from a position of vulnerability, right? And within that vulnerability, you're allowing people to see you as your authentic self, right? As your authentic self, so as who you show up to be, not who you're trying to be. Who you show up to be, and more importantly, the fact that you're human. That's authenticity. You're not perfect. Life isn't perfect. You get tired. You use the bathroom. You fail at some things. You learn here. You know, you hate doing certain things. You love doing certain things. That's authentic leadership. Really leading from a place of vulnerability, right? And allowing people to learn more about you and your honest self. I failed at a lot of things in my life. I failed at a lot of things. I've heard a lot of no's. Failure is okay, right? And one of my biggest failures actually was when I was in college, actually. And I essentially, you know, I mean, I failed classes, which is lovely. I failed courses that I'm like, I hate because they weren't interesting to me. And this was when I was getting my degree in psychology. And I was like, of course I failed those classes looking back on it, but that's because I wasn't interested in them, right? I failed to live up to people's expectations of me. One of the people that I failed to live up to their expectations was my former boss when I was working at Microsoft. He wanted me to be a stool pigeon. He wanted me to be someone that, you know, just listen to what he said. But I don't think like that. Like, I think for myself, right? I lead with boldness in terms of how I lead, and I'm a critical thinker, right? So I failed to live up to his expectations of me, you know, as a direct report, which I hate that term, and we don't even use it within our company at Guide. We hate those kind of terms, right? Like, that's the type of thing you all need to be mindful of, is that we have to realize that failure is okay. It's okay to fail to not live up to expectations of other people who try to dictate what your life is, right? It's okay to fail at something that, you thought you were interested in, but you're like, no, that sucks. I'm not actually interested in that. That's like, it's not something I'm really passionate about. That's okay. It's okay to, you know, have a girlfriend dump you, or it's okay for you to learn that, you know, like that job doesn't want you to work there because they don't think you're a fit. Like, I've had jobs tell me that too. Like, actually, before I even got my job with Google, I had thousands of companies tell me no after I applied through a resume. Don't do that anymore because I don't need to, right? Like, I failed thousands of times, or a lot of people have said that have denied me. That's okay. That's life, y'all. That's life. So you leading with authenticity is saying, okay, these are all my failures. These are all of the times I've been denied. And I'm okay with that because I don't live for other people's approval. I live to feel fulfilled. I live to empower and inspire other people, right? I lead for a better day. I lead to make a better world. That's why we all lead. And I think authentic leadership, you know, is when you can lead from a position of vulnerability, not being scared to let people in on when you failed, what you've learned, and why you lead. That's authentic leadership. So one thing I really want you all to do, you know, after this talk, is think about, how are you leading with compassion? How are you leading with boldness? And more importantly, how are you leading with authenticity? How are you leading with compassion? How are you leading with boldness? And how are you leading with authenticity? And what thing I ask of you all is, if you want to see and learn more about the other habits that I talk about, please check out the book on my website, mrfutureofwork.com. Please check it out. It's I mean, we already have so many people interested in reaching out to us about it. So definitely check it out. With that said, we'd love to take any questions that you all have of me on the 7 habits of dynamic leadership, how I can help, whatever it is, let me know.
Okay, thank you, Tim, so much. Yeah, we're going to open it up for questions. So you talked about, you know, boldness, compassion, authenticity. authentic leadership is when you lead from a position of vulnerability. So I think the teacher was definitely a student here because he was just very vulnerable with us, giving us insight into what I guess society thinks of as failures, but what you think of as success and growth. So if there's any questions, feel free to post it in the chat. I do have a question for you, actually.
Yeah.
So
What's up?
I guess I've found that a lot of us, or I'll maybe speak for myself, are trying to love what we do instead of doing what we love. And you talked about fulfillment, ensuring that we're feeling fulfilled, right? So for some context, I come from humble beginnings, and those beginnings led me to aspire to be a social worker and a writer. I ended up doing electrical and computer engineering. So fast forward, years later from college, I'm now an engineer, but trying to work for society, by organizing and writing for Impact Labs. So what are your thoughts on finding a way to do what you love in this world that we live in?
One thing I loved about the what you're doing is that you're doing things like this, but you're also working the day job, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Like we should all do that. Like if you're in that position where you're working a day job, it's like, oh, it's cool, don't feel truly fulfilled, but there are other things I'm doing outside of that bring me fulfillment and joy. You got to do that. That's okay. That's because that's allowing you to find balance and harmony in your life. I think the biggest thing for me is, people who are struggling to create that level of serendipity or find those little pockets of joy outside of the thing that they're doing day to day in their work, right? And the reality is the fact that you don't want to ever kind of feel so insulated in maybe a day job that you don't love to where you're not finding opportunities to be creative, to be of service. And often we don't love our day jobs. It's because we don't see how it's creating an impact. Right? That's why we often don't love our day jobs, because we don't see how it's creating, shout out to Impact Labs, an impact. How is the work that I'm doing day to day tying back to impact? And when you're ever in an environment or in a culture or in a team that you don't feel fulfilled or you don't love what you're doing, it's not because you don't love what you're doing, is that you just don't see how it's making an impact. That's it. Like, you may love the role may be a fit for you. You may be interested in other roles, yeah, but you maybe are using your skills in that, but you just don't see how the work you're doing ties to a marginal or substantial and fulfilling impact for the customer, right? For the customer, or even for yourself, maybe, right? So that's usually the issue. So I always challenge people who are in those types of positions. Definitely find things you can do outside of your work, and more importantly, see if you can create your job within your work, right? Maybe see if you can transfer to a different lateral team. You can talk to a better manager that's a better leader and is employing some of the 7 habits of dynamic leadership. Make sure to check the book out. Or more importantly, is allowing you as a someone that's working within their company, within their team, to tie your work to a marginal impact, right? And allowing you to see the impact of your work.
Thank you for that. We have a question from Chloe. Can you be authentic without being vulnerable? And vice versa, can you be vulnerable with being authentic?
Can you be authentic without being vulnerable? And vice versa, can you be vulnerable with being authentic? Without being authentic is what I'm getting.
Without, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without, yeah.
No, you cannot be authentic without being vulnerable. Authenticity is being able to be comfortable in your vulnerability, but at the same time not being defined by your vulnerability. Like for me, like I'm a compassion leader and I'm a vulnerable leader. Like if I'm going through stuff, I just let people know, like, my mom is hurting, like I'm hurting. Like if I don't feel some type of way, if I feel some type of way, I'll just let you know, right? That's me being okay with my emotions as a leader, being harmonious and saying, like, I can express what my needs are. I can candidly express how I feel about things, but at the same time, I can still be myself, right? Leading with authenticity is really finding that harmony, right? And saying like I know certain things are gonna break. I know certain things we're gonna fail here and there, even as a company. Like for us at Guide, we constantly are iterating and building our product and building our creator community and building our movement. And, when you're building a company, you fail every other day, Like something breaks, something doesn't work, or customers are always saying, hey, we need you to fix that, this doesn't work. So you're always learning and co-creating with the customers, and you're always learning, especially when you're a startup, you're always learning, okay, like what can we do better, right? So this mindset of incremental progress, iteration, you start to embody it, but you also start to realize that within your authenticity, as a company, you're vulnerable to your customers in a sense, right? And as a leader, Chloe, if you're embracing vulnerability, you also embrace that there's always this opportunity for you to grow, to learn, right? To be better in your authenticity. So I don't believe you can be authentic without being vulnerable. I think you need to be vulnerable in order to be authentic, because vulnerability allows you to improve, right? It says you're open to feedback, to learning, right? To improving yourself in the most authentic state that you are, right? As beings, right? And as we grow in our vulnerability, I believe we actually grow in our authenticity, right? Now, if you're not growing your vulnerability, that means you're growing in your ego. When you're growing in your ego, that means you actually become more hardened. You actually become more less authentic. And often the people who are really inauthentic are the people who are, they live in their ego, and you don't want to be that kind of person.
Thanks for that, Tim. I think, Larissa, do you have something that you want to ask?
Yeah, there's so many questions. Thank you all so much for asking all these awesome questions.
Hey, my name is Larissa Nguyen. Thank you so much for coming here. Really appreciate your talk so far. I know a lot of us are just here to learn from your experience. So could you talk a little bit more about specific examples from your life story of authentic leaders or moments where you interacted with someone and were like, that's the type of leader I want to be?
Oh my goodness, yes. So one of my favorite leaders, and he's a leader humanitarian, his name is Robin Daniels. And man, this is someone that I worked with when I was working with WeWork. So he actually hired me to be their chief evangelist at WeWork. And one of the things, I'm sorry, my camera. So if this happens, my camera does this really weird thing. I swear it's because it's the power. It's getting hot in here. That's probably why. Okay, so I'm flipping to my FaceTime camera now. So one of the things that Robin Daniels does that I really, really love about him as a leader is the fact that he is so open and enthusiastic. So I'll give you an example. One of the reasons why I actually joined WeWork was because I knew I was going to get to work with Robin on the marketing team. So to learn a little bit more about marketing, but also to kind of see how he leads. And there was a moment where, if any of you know WeWork, I mean, WeWork was one of the hottest brands, a few years ago. Nah, not so much, right? And essentially it's because, we were going through a lot when I was working within WeWork. And it was really around the fact of, how are we scaling the business? Are we actually cash flow efficient? All of these things. And keep in mind that when we were going through all of this, right, as a company and as a team, a marketing team, there was never a moment or a day in which you would see Robin on camera or within the office, right, like downtrodden or saddened by what was going on. He always showed enthusiasm, and then more importantly, he always showed compassion. He always showed compassion for the team, his division, and he was always listening, saying, "What's going on? What do you think we can do better?" Right? He was really responsive, and he was engaged with his people, right, with our team. So for me, I often think about leaders like Robin, right? He's a super enthusiastic guy. I often tell him he's the most optimistic and positive guy that I know. But it's leaders like that I love, right? Robin Daniels. Then there's other leaders that I love too, like Simon Sinek, who I follow a lot of his work, and great leaders who talk about kind of when it comes to business, it's an infinite game, right? It's not just one-sided. It's a matter of you're always learning, you're always growing, you're always getting better as a business. So whenever you start thinking about your business from this winners or losers mentality, you're going to start losing your business, because it's not really a matter of competition. It's a matter of you serving your customers. So does that answer your question, Marissa?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could speak about a specific experience you had where you had to be vulnerable or speak truth to power, or just like be in a position where you were on a one-on-one with a leader and they showed the vulnerability you're talking about.
Oh, and they actually show it?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I think it would definitely be a test case example for me would, actually have to be with. So there's a lot of leaders in my life. I mean, I think about my dad. I think the best one I would say was actually would also be this the Robin Daniels example. I think when we were going through what we were going through with WeWork, my former company that I work with, is I literally talked to Robin. I was like, dude, what's going on? Like, are we like, what do things look like? And he absolutely, no cap, no mincing of the words. It's bad right now, but I'm optimistic it's going to get better. Right? Like, he showed that. So even when I didn't have to ask him, you were reinforced because of his attitude and his character. Right? So I think a lot of leaders, vulnerability doesn't mean weakness. I think often people think vulnerability means like, oh man, like this is something that I could take advantage of as a person, right? No, that's not vulnerability. It's just like, this is authentically the situation. This is how I feel about it. It sucks. I'm letting you know, like, I feel bad about it. Me as a leader, like, I can't do much about it because at that time we couldn't really do much about what was going on with WeWork, right? He was our chief marketing officer. I was on the chief marketing team, and then the CEO was handling all kinds of things, right? So I actually talked to the person I was working with, and I asked him, I was like what's going on? How will this affect our jobs? Like, how do you feel about it as a leader? And he was like, it sucks, but I feel optimistic, and I'm here for you all if you need me, right? And that's the type of thing I'm talking about. Like, in moments when people really need you the most, how do you reinforce your support and be of service? So that's, I think, that's a deeper example, Larissa, and I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was perfect.
Thank you, Larissa.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so for those that are unfamiliar with why the context of WeWork is so important, you should probably look into that to give a good demonstration of what Tim was facing over at WeWork. We have another question. So did you experience imposter syndrome? And how did you?
Wow, yeah. So did I experience it? I've definitely experienced imposter syndrome within multiple companies I've worked in. And I love all of these amazing questions. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. So I've experienced imposter syndrome when I worked with Google, experienced imposter syndrome when I worked with WeWork, and even faced microaggressions when I worked with WeWork. And then I experienced imposter syndrome when I was working with LinkedIn and Facebook on a few things. Imposter syndrome is natural, y'all. I want to be very honest with you all about that. And I overcome it by showing up and waking up every single day with this mindset of growth, right? I think a lot of people who face imposter syndrome, and most people who are good at what they do, face imposter syndrome. There's no one that is high caliber at what they do that doesn't face a sense of imposter syndrome, right? And they often face it is because, like, it's often this question, am I good enough? And more importantly, can I be better, right? So you face this imposter syndrome because you're in this like weird state of, am I good enough? And what can I do better? That's actually, that imposter syndrome should drive you to grow, right? So instead of seeing imposter syndrome as, it's this little thing that should cause me to feel stuck, like I can't do this, or everyone's going to look at me a certain type of way, it should actually cause you to be more curious and to even lead with more boldness and confidence and compassion that you can grow as an individual. Right? It should actually, it's that area of vulnerability that we talk about and we should think about that should actually lead us to be better leaders, more authentic leaders, right? Imposter syndrome should say, okay, yeah, I don't know this, but tomorrow maybe I can learn more and grow to be a better leader or better at whatever it is that I do as a leader or as a subject matter expert, right? So I overcome imposter syndrome, Mrs. Dance Forever 32, by really actually embracing it and saying that I'm not an imposter. It's not that I can't do something. It's that there's certain things I don't know yet, and I can grow and I can be curious in growing as a person and as a leader.
Thanks, Tim. We have another question. You talk about self-fulfillment, about impact, but how do we know? Do you personally have any indicators apart from how we're feeling that can tell us we're heading in the right direction?
Indicators. Yeah. Kind of like milestones. Yeah. I love that. I think about the best indicator, the source of truth that you should always seek is actually from within. It's actually from within. It's, for a lot of people, they think self-fulfillment comes from external validation. It comes from a new job. It comes from a new role. It comes from, more money. Like, I'm grateful to have a lot of money. But my money, nothing about money has ever brought me fulfillment. Like, wealth, nothing about money brings anyone fulfillment. Like, literally, there's research around this. If you're going, there's nothing about it that brings anyone joy. That's not why people wake up in the morning. Some people wake up to take care of their family, right? People wake up for that. Some people wake up to be of service to other people, but none of that. Money isn't what actually makes people better or brings fulfillment. What brings fulfillment is actually serving other people. Fundamentally, what brings fulfillment is actually saying, I'm building something, right, that everyone can take part of, right? That's bringing me fulfillment, but it's also bringing other people fulfillment, all right? So for me, the biggest indications that I have in taking in terms of my personal growth and self-fulfillment is the fact that if I feel good doing whatever it is I'm doing, if it brings me joy, and if I know I'm in a position in which I'm serving other people and I'm being a very compassionate, servant-oriented leader, then that brings me fulfillment. So you have the indication that you should be watching after Mr. or Mrs. Gupta, I don't see a picture, is that are you actually in this position where you're being of service to other people, but at the same time, that exchange isn't also not only making you a better person, but it's also making the other person on the end of it a better person, or your team a better person, and collectively, you all better, right? That's how I know I've been heading in the right direction with my career. It's not the money that I've made. The money I've made is just it's an association of that, right? What's really been kind of like that biggest indication for me is the fact that I see the people that I'm impacting every single day. I talk to them, I hang out with them. I literally break bread with them, right? And more importantly, they tell me, you're changing my life. You're impacting me with the work that you're doing. So that's how you should think about it, Mr. or Mrs. Gupta.
Thanks, Tim. So as much as I want these questions to be FIFO, first in, first out, I'm going to have to jump around a little bit. Speaking of, coding, Victor do you think there's something in particular the coding community needs to change? Normalize speaking truth to power.
Man, that's powerful. That's a powerful question. Yeah, because I'm a technical founder, and and often in startup world, I'm also the visionary founder as well, as we call it in the startup world. So as a technical founder who codes, who designs and loves engineering, yes. I think there's a lot of work that we can do in terms of our community to be more inclusive, potentially, especially in coding communities, because I think coding communities, you're often very, a lot of engineers, and to a degree, I'm actually very introverted. I know it may not seem like it, but I am. A lot of engineers, often are afraid to speak out, right? And it's actually interesting because if you've read anything in the news about engineers at Facebook speaking out about what Facebook is going through and all of that, that's actually a good sign for the coding community. But most engineers and most organizations are very repressed because they don't feel as if they should talk, because they're not in a position of power. But what I often tell engineers is that whenever you're in a company, whenever you're working in an environment where you feel as if you as an engineer, you as an individual, you feel as if you're being taken advantage of, you're being disenfranchised, and your humanity isn't being recognized, your creative intellect isn't being recognized, you either need to leave that environment, or you either really directly need to speak to whoever it is in a position of power that is making you feel the way that you're feeling, right? Because it's not fair, right? I think a lot of engineers get taken advantage of at a lot of different companies to just ship code, or they're not recognized for all of their other areas where they can also be creative as well. And that's not good. That's not good for that business, and it's not good for you as an engineer. So I think we in the engineering community and in even the tech community, we really need to be more intentional about empowering our engineers as well to think about how can they make their workforce, how can they make their teams more inclusive. And I hope that answers your question, Mr. Khalil.
Thanks, Tim. So we have a question from William.
Who's good, Mr. Roberts?
A psych student in college. I think you mentioned you also did psych. So what made you want to job at Microsoft, and has your time in your major made you a better employee and person?
Yeah, so psychology is probably like I want to say the littest degree to take, because so much of what I know as a product person and as a technical leader actually came from my psychology background. So it came from me learning like fundamental humanities and arts, right? How people think and interact with products. And I think that a lot of people don't realize the power in humanities and how it correlates with tech. So for me, what made me want to pursue a job in Microsoft was the fact that, I felt as if, it was kind of like always a dream for me to work with Microsoft, just because, I loved AI at the time, and actually a CVP reached out to me. And that's how I actually got the job at Microsoft. I actually wasn't really interested in I wasn't seeking the job. They were like, oh, we see a lot of what you're sharing. We see a lot of what you're doing. We're really interested in having you work with our company. I was like, oh, cool. Like, this is an opportunity to work there. Let's make it happen. And plus it was in my role as an AI product manager. So I was like, oh, I love AI. Let's do it. But the reality for me was that I wasn't really too fond of the team. The team wasn't as fun. So I had to get out of there. So for me, I think, it wasn't a pursuit. It was just like, oh, this is interesting because I'm getting to do interesting work, that kind of it correlates back to my major as a psychology major. And I love AI so much that, I'm building my own company that's focused around it. I think for me, holistically, my time as a psychology major, but also as a psychology major who also understands the power of technology and the humanities, it's made me a better leader holistically. So for me, I'm building my own company, William, in case you didn't get that. So I'm not employed by any company, but in the past, when I did work with companies, I think having fundamental understanding of humanities, how to work with people, how to lead teams, it made me a better person, but it also made me a better leader to work with and a better leader to learn from, right? Great leaders don't live in their ego. Great leaders are authentic leaders, and they employ a lot of the 7 habits that I talk about in the book. Great question, William.
Thanks, Tim. So we have somebody joining us. Ray, I'm going to add you to stream so you can ask your question.
Hey!
Hi. Thanks so much, Tim. I was wondering about, I think authentic leadership is something that has often been pioneered by women and non-binary people, and that's something that is sometimes difficult for us to pull off in the workplace, and sometimes it's seen as like weakness. And I'm wondering if you've seen any women in particular really succeed at demanding respect while also leading authentically.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ray. Love that so much, Ray. I love that so much, because there are women that I am super fond of right now who I believe are leading as authentic leaders. One of them is Arlen Hamilton. Make sure you check out her book. It's About Damn Time. You'll love it. Another woman that I'm connected with is Minda Harts. Please check out her book. She's amazing as well. And they're two. So Arlen Hamilton, if you know anything about her, she's actually a part of the LGBTQ community. In addition to that, she's one of the top venture capitalists in the world. And, I love her. In her book, she really chronicles her story, literally from, growing up with nothing to now being one of the top VCs in the world and having a multi-million-dollar fund, right? Those are the type of authentic leaders I think our world needs a lot more of. And for people, my advice for people who want to use vulnerability, especially in masculine hierarchical spaces, is that one, you often need to find allies in those spaces. So often in the spaces that I've been a part of in the past, where I've worked for really hierarchical organizations like a WeWork and a Microsoft, I often was the ally, or I worked with allies to make sure that that space was inclusive of people to be vulnerable, right? So you either have to be the ally or find allies in your organization so you can demand respect in very masculine hierarchical organizations. So my example would be, when we were going through what we were going through with WeWork, I shared how Robin Daniels, as our chief marketing officer, he was really, really great at being vulnerable about the situation. But me as an ally, you amplify that, right? Allies amplify inclusivity and vulnerability. So that's why it's really important, I think, when you're in very, very masculine dominated spaces, find the people who don't live in their ego and don't reinforce those stereotypes and those structures. Align with the people who don't reinforce those stereotypes and structures, and then see what you all can co-create within that environment. If you guys can't succeed within that environment, I think you have to eventually make that decision for you as a leader and as an employee to move beyond that environment, right?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Of course, Ms. Perez.
All right. So any more questions? Anybody? If not, then I have one actually. So I actually got the pleasure of meeting you in person at HBCU at South by Southwest last year in March. You gave a talk much like this one, and I was a servant leader for the HBCU community that was attending South by Southwest. So for those of you that don't know that are watching, HBCUs actually produce more than 1/3 of Black engineers. So HBCU at South by Southwest is actually key to tech diversity. As someone who is using their creativity, Tim, to found a company that does content creation, to you, how important is diversity, especially diversity of thought?
Man, it's so crucial, Alvin, and so happy that you bring this talking point up. Even within our creator community for God is super diverse, right? We have people from multiple backgrounds, multiple ethnicities, and even different professions who are part of our creator community. And fundamentally, we intentionally made sure that our creator community was diverse from the get-go. And for us, it's a matter of realizing that, one, there's a lot of different people from different professions who can speak to the different topic categories in our product, in our app. But more importantly, that diversity of perspective and within our creator community allows us to have a much more inclusive organization, one, but also inclusive product experience. So from the ground up, we're thinking about how are we building a platform that's inclusive, right? For our people, for our community, and really the people who are leading this movement with us, right? And I think it's really, really important whenever you build a product, like you have to think from a lens of inclusion from day one, not day 2, not day 3, not day 4, not day 5, day 1. Right? How are you fostering inclusion within your product? Because there's a lot of products that aren't inclusive at all, right? They mutually exclude a specific race, a specific ethnicity, and they marginalize people. And we're not interested in building that type of product experience. So we've been really intentional in building our creator community from the ground up. So intentional that it's not just anyone that's a creator on our platform. It's actually a very it's people that we know are credible experts, people we know have diverse backgrounds, and people who we know reflect the multicultural world that we live in.
Thanks, Tim. So looks like that was the last question. We appreciate you, coming out here. Be sure to check out his book. Go to MrFutureWork.com, right?
Yep. MrFutureWork.com.
All right. Thanks, Tim.
And follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter, y'all.
Yeah, you can continue the conversations with him. I know I didn't reach all the questions, but feel free to reach out to him, and he'll definitely answer.
Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Right.
Bye.
All right, Aaron, you can take it away.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Evan. Great hosting. This has been so fun. Really, just learned so much from this, like watching all the speakers today. I've been so impressed and blown away, and really like so happy to see everyone's thoughtful comments. Glad to see this is working. It was like, we'll be totally honest, like this is our first time doing a virtual summit. It's like totally our first time doing anything of this like scale and at this And so we were like, Murphy's Law, there's no way this is going to work. Like, people are not going to be engaged. It's going to be like, YouTube's going to be terrible. It's going to break. And people aren't going to figure out how to work. And like, no, people, I guess I shouldn't be so surprised because it's like, we're all CS nerds and we're all like pretty tech savvy. And so I just thank you really for being flexible and amenable and, you know, committed and driven and like willing to put up with the extra, like higher barrier. I know it's not as, you know, it's not as easy as just like, you know, raising your hand and like calling out a question. You have to like log out. You have to like, anyway, so you're doing a great job, peeps. I'm loving it. Anyway, we're going to end the broadcast today. It's been a joy. Right now, we have 2 hours of glimpse time. If it's your first time glimpsing with us, it's a really cool platform that facilitates one-on-one connections. So you could hop in the Slack and I'll send the invite link for Glimpse, and you should totally come. It's technically open all the time, so you could stay there like throughout the entire weekend. But we like set aside these specific times so that everyone can join and you can match up and just meet other folks who are attending the summit. So that's it for us. Thank you so much. I'm going to end the broadcast now, and we'll see you in Glimpse. Bye.